Kia ora everyone, welcome back to the channel. My name is Amy and I have for you today Complete Collection Tour, the final part. I originally thought I was going to split this into two, but I realized it can go into one, so we're doing it as one. Mega parts, I tell you. So sit back and enjoy because we're going to cover a lot. We're going through cozy colouring, we're going through my PDF books, we're going through my kid books, we're going through my Asian books, we're going through Rita Berman, Lulu Mayo. It's a big selection that actually covers 6 shelves. So it's quite a bit today, but hey, we do love the long ones. So I hope you enjoy this part and thank you so much for sharing this journey with me as we go through my complete collection, everything I have ever coloured, every book I own, all my whips, everything. Let's get into it. We are back with my cute and cozy books, which is my D2 shelf. I used to sort of have these sorted by categories and stuff like that, but honestly, with how the authors like these different topics covered in some of these books, I ended up just putting all of these in alphabetical order because it's much easier for me to find and pull books off the shelf, so they're just in alphabetical order. Again, I do that a lot. It makes sense to me. It's easy to look at my spreadsheet because I can sort it out easy from there. Also, apologies, I got absolutely attacked last night by some mosquitoes, so I have a massive bite on my wrist. So yeah, I would put a plaster on it, but I'm also allergic to band-aids, or plasters as we call them here. Anyway, let's get into the fun stuff. This is Dungeons and Drawings by Alice Mack. I'm not sure, but I needed this book as soon as I saw it because it's Dungeons and Dragons, or, you know, a tabletop RPG, but in a cute and cozy book, which I freaking love. So I do need to get in here and do some more. One of the things I really love about the book is the first page and the last page are the same, except it's them playing around the table versus them as their characters. So I just think that's a really cool little nod. And when I colour it, I kind of want to do both pages at once so that they are cohesive and just tie it in together so it's like the same. But we have, I love the Otter Ranger. We have one page done in here, which is the dragon page. I love how this one turned out. So I use Gansai Tambi for the background to the watercolour. And then I used paint pens to actually colour this all in. And as you can see, I was blending the paint pens together. I had a month where I was trialling a bunch of different techniques. And this is one of the things I was trialling, is using paint pens and blending them together. And essentially painting with paint pens. And I really love how this one turned out. I think this is so cute. And then I used a little bit of like some iridescent brush markers just to do the grass and a little bit of the eye because I think that's really cute. So yeah, that's the one I have done in here, but I definitely want to get some more done in here because it's so cute. Yeah, I really do love this one. So that is Dungeons and Drawings by Alice Mack. Then we have Secret Forest Colouring Book by Anna Amelia. Obviously, this one is all over the place. Like, sorry, sip of coffee. Yeah, so many people love to colour this one. I've seen some gorgeous illustrations in it. It almost makes me like intimidated to colour it because I see everyone else is colouring in it. I'm like, damn. But I have done one page, which is this one here. And I do like it. I think it's cute. It's very clean for me. So it is alcohol markers, Pablo coloured pencils, some paint pens and super golden markers, and of course Mod Podge sparkle. And yeah, I probably could have, like, I did put a little bit of a yellow glow, but I kept it quite simple. I could have pushed the shading more and stuff like that. But honestly, like, a lot of these cute and cozy books I tend to do simpler colouring in because honestly they're just my chill out ones. You know, after I've done a complicated page in, say, Leon's Journey, where I've spent hours upon hours upon hours layering and blending and layering and blending, it's like you can come to here and just chill out. And that's why I love them. They're just good chill out books to just relax and have some fun, and also try out different things as well. So that was Secret Forest, and then we get into Coco Wayo. So I have Cozy Friends. This is one of my first comfy cozy books. I got 4 of them when I first started. I got this one plus 3 VV Tinta ones, which are coming up. And I did that purposely because I needed to buy a specific type of metal straw that I could only find on Amazon. So that was my first time ever purchasing on Amazon. It was like a lot. But I did it. So yeah, this is the, what did I say? Cozy Friends? Cozy Friends. I keep meaning to go and get those freebie pages too one day. Right, we should have, according to my list, oh, just the one in here. I thought I'd done more in here. Maybe it's the other Cocoa Wires I've done some more in. Yeah, just the one. I guess I haven't pulled this one out too much. I know I did gravitate more to the VV Tinta one, so it doesn't, it's not too surprising. Yeah, just this one. I mean, I do love how this one turned out. So for this one, I have used alcohol markers, and I do remember I actually used Crayola pencils to do all the shading. And then I used Posca paint pens to go over some lines where the pink is to make that sort of pink glow from the cauldron. And then some Mod Podge sparkle, of course. And yeah, I remember being really pleased with how that one turned out, especially because I was using Crayola pencils, and I was just really shocked at how much I managed to blend, and the depth I built up, and just being like, this is really cute. And I should come back and do some more in this book because it is really cute. Again, I've just always, whoops, sorry, I didn't realize my phone was on noise. When I first got them in, I just tended to colour in the VV Tinta ones that I got in more than this one at first. And now my collection of books has, of course, spread so much that I think it's just big time, because of course it's always like working the new ones, working the new ones, working the new ones, and it's like you sometimes forget what you have. So that's what I'm looking forward to this year, is going back and working in books that I haven't worked in for a while. That was Cozy Friends, and then we have Cozy Corner. So you'll see that some of my books are the smaller square version, while some of them are like this. So this is the Amazon version, whereas this is the Penguin House publication version. Now, technically speaking, this on Amazon is about $15 for me, and you can see here that this is about $21 in store. So this is a lot cheaper. However, being in Aotearoa, New Zealand, we don't get free shipping on Amazon. We don't get Amazon Prime or anything. If I spend like 70, 80, I think it's $80. If I spend $80 on Amazon Australia, I can get free shipping. But I have to spend $80. And so, I mean, it's not hard to spend $80 on colouring books, let's face it. But sometimes it's better for me to just go and pick up the one book, and it's still cheaper without shipping. I'm also buying this at Wickles. Quite often in New Zealand, if these Cocoa Wire books are at Kmart, and they're only about $12 at Kmart. They're so cheap, but they will never ship to me because I don't have a Kmart available to me locally. So big tip as well. So yeah, you'll see this across a couple of different, same with some Jade Summers. Some of them are like this, some of them are like this, and it's just Amazon versus the in-store publications. The paper is different. I don't have a preference. It's just different. I would like it all to be cohesive, but I'm also not worried. These are cozy books. I just have fun with them. Anyway, I really like this one. I like colouring architecture, and I really like the isometric design ones as well. Where it's, oh, I passed one before. Like this, the isometric style ones. I really like them. I think they're really neat. So, yeah, I think this one's quite a cool book. And I have done a free in here, apparently. So I've done this one here. I coloured this one really simply. It's just alcohol markers, and then I used Sakura Jelly Rolls, the plain matte colours, but in a few different ones. I think they're called Moonlights. I use them to do all the little highlights on here. So it has, everything's got like a little bit of a highlight, but it's quite subtle. I especially like my little black kitty. And yeah, I just kept it to a really cohesive, bright, but cohesive color palette. And then when I was done, I was like, I really like that. And it was so simple because it was just flat coloring and then some gel pens to highlight. Yeah. So I think I want to do that again sometime, but use the same color to just do a little subtle shadow and then do the gel pen highlights again because it was really fun. And I really like it. Like, it's very graphic, which I think is suitsy sometimes. Then I have this one here. So this one I actually did with water-based markers because you don't have to color these like how you often see like the TikTok made popular. I don't have TikTok, so I can't name anyone particularly. I lose too much time to that app, so I just choose not to have it. You don't have to color them that way though. If you just want to color them with pencils, just color them with pencils. You don't have to use alcohol markers. It's fun to experiment in here too. So yeah, this one is water-based markers and glitter gel pens. I don't think I even used any paint pens to highlight. I just used the gel pens. Yeah. And then there's this one here, which is me actually experimenting with some new pens. So I'm not the biggest fan of this one, but I did use alcohol markers to base and then some random metallic pens to just do lots of different effects. And I wasn't loving it, and I was like, so I just also pulled out some glitter gel pens to color in like the flowers and some stickles on the bear, because if in doubt, glitter it out. I think it's just a color palette I chose. It's not my favorite thing in the world, and of course it is the first page, but meh. Also I used a brown that has a tendency to yellow everywhere, so, but that's fine. It's like not hard to cover that one up. So yeah, that's Cozy Corner by Coco Wire. And then we have Cozy Cuties, and this one I should have just the one. Again, another really cute one. Okay, that should be the one. Yep. So I've just done this one here. Alcohol markers? Yeah. Alcohol markers, and then it looks like Pablo's for shading on this one. I can see I've used a lot of paint pens to do highlights. Of course, oh, that's actually stickles. No, I was about to say Mod Podge, but that's stickles for all the glitter glue here. And yeah, I used a lot of yellow paint pen to highlight here, which is actually quite cool. And then a little bit of water. The water's got white with little bits of yellow in it too. So yeah, no, I used the stickles, the alcohol markers a little bit. I do like that one. I know colouring the dog blue cost me my blue marker. I think that's why I had to go in with pencils, because that was so patchy that I had to go in and fix it up with the pencils. And then from there I was like, oh, I might as well do the rest of it. Actually, it's not alcohol marker. I stand corrected. It's water-based marker. Wow, I got some pretty flat colouring for water-based markers there. Like, obviously the trees are a bit streaky, but that's the point. It makes it look like tree branches and tree bark. I didn't even click. That's cool. Yeah, so water-based marker. I think that cost me then my blue water-based marker. I remember something got chucked out because of that. Anyway, Cozy Cuties, Coco Wire. Very cute. You're going to hear that a lot in this section because these books are so good. Right. Cozy Animals and Cozy Cuties by Disney. These are very new purchases. I found them recently. I grabbed them straight away. I was like, you can see they're from the warehouse. So Aotearoa New Zealanders, if you want this, the warehouse. I actually got them for $8.40 because they were having a book sale at the same time too. I just happened to browse the warehouse app, saw, because I'll search colouring on the app every once in a while to see what new books they get in. And saw these had come in, saw the book sale, and went, Mum, I'm going to the warehouse. And went and got them because I was like, I need these books. And yeah, I love, love, love so much this book. I just think it's so adorable. I'm so pleased. I can't wait to colour in here. So I haven't got it in here yet, but very much up my alley. I have a little bit of Disney, but a lot less Disney than I'd like. So yeah, and this is being just such an adorable Disney book. Oh, yeah. So, absolutely very excited to get into that one. And then we have the Cozy Animals variant, which admittedly I like the other one better because I like people, but the animals are still really, really cute. So, yeah. I love this one of Marie. Yeah, so super, super cute books. I haven't worked in them yet. We will get there eventually, but I'm also just really happy to have some cute Disney books in my collection. Because the only other Disney books I have are my Thomas Kincaid Disney books, and then I have some Disney stained glass books, which are similar to, yeah, we'll get to them. They're in my kids section. But yeah, that's the 2 Disney cozy books. Very, very cute. I have no doubt that they'll be producing some more of those eventually too. Then we have Cozy Kiwis by Francis Cooper. So there is a full flip through of this one on the channel. Again, this is another recent purchase. I do talk about on the channel some suspicions relating to this book. I'm still struggling to get any information about the illustrator. There are a couple of different styles of illustrations in this book, so I have a sneaking suspicion that either A, it is similar to Coco Y, where we've got a couple of artists working together, or B, unfortunately, AI. Now, some of the very Kiwi-centric images are too Kiwi to be AI. Like, there's too many specific nods there. I don't think AI could pull it off to produce that specific look. But then there are some really generic pages in there that could be clip art or AI. So, and you can see the difference in like the line weight, even the style of the eyes, and just a few different nods between them. So, yeah, I'm not 100% sure, which does make me sad, because if I could find out who the illustrator was, I would literally give this book away on my channel, you know, because it's a Kiwi coloring book and it's cozy and it's cute. And the Kiwi, like, there are really gorgeous Kiwi pages in here that I'm so excited. I was planning to do this for Christmas, because this is a Kiwi Christmas page. Like, I was so excited to have this page. This is tui birds and Pahutakawa trees with the beach in summer and Christmas baubles. Like, I was so excited to have that. But, yeah, I just don't know. So, yeah, plus with December burnout, didn't quite get there. But, it's in my collection. Harry Alexander, Cute and Cozy Girlfriends. Now, there are a few Harry Alexander books up there, and I went to my local bookstore. This is all December. I went to a local bookstore, and there were like 4 or 5 of these I could pick up, and they were really all cute. And I was like, ooh. But some of the other ones were just, I felt like I had it in Jade Summer, Coco Wild styles. But this one with the girlfriends, it's like, I don't actually have a lot of people cozy books, and this is really cute. So that's why I went for this route. It's a little bit more detailed, but it's still really cute. A lot more detailed than some of my cozy books, but I think it's just adorable. So I haven't gotten in here to colour yet. Cats. Cats, cats, cats. But I do really like it, and I really like the illustration style as well. So yeah, I'm keeping an eye out for when there is a sale at Wickles, and I might pick up some more of these because they're quite cute. So yeah, again, an unworked book. The last 4 were unworked. But now we get into Jade Summer, and we have worked a little bit in Jade Summer. And by a little bit, I mean my usual 1 page. Comfy and cozy. And we have this page here. This was a page of what markers can I actually, like, what colorway actually works with the markers that I have. Yeah, definitely a pulling the last of the markers page, but it does work. Yeah, so lots of alcohol marker base, and then Pablo pencil shading, and then Mod Podge sparkle. A little bit of paint pen highlight on the nose, pretty simple. And I have put an iridescent over the flowers as well, so that's slightly shimmery. But yeah, I had a lot of like browns and oranges and tans and like this really deep dark green, and I was like, what can I actually do with those leftover markers? And it's like, oh, this page will actually work with those colors. So yeah, and it's very cute. Which again, I know I'm saying cute a lot, but these books are cute. And then we have Cozy Errors, and I have done one in here, which is this page here. I love how this one turned out. So again, alcohol markers, Pablo coloured pencils, and there's Mod Podge extreme glitter and some paint pens to do like the cheeks and stuff like that. Yeah, love how they came together. Yeah, this one's fun. Lots of different eras. Lots of different things to colour. So that's Cute Cozy Eras. There's a little bit of glitter on the front. That's okay. That's by Jade Summer. Then we have Cozy Japan. This one, I love this book. This is purely because of TK Dodo colouring here on YouTube and Twitch. I'll make sure I link them down below, but they were working quite heavily in this book for a while, and their colouring in it is beautiful, and it's like, I need this book, I need this book. And so I went to Amazon to look to get this book, and it would not ship to New Zealand. It would not ship to New Zealand. It would not ship to New Zealand no matter which Amazon I went to, and I kept looking and looking and looking, and it's like, why is this one Jade Summer not going to ship to New Zealand? Like, you know, I knew there was Cozy Europe and the other ones. I was like, I'm not worried about them, but I would love to get my hands on Cozy Japan. And then a couple of anonymous people worked together to send me a package from the States, and this was in there, and I was so grateful, because I was like, oh my god, thank you. The one Jade Summer I could not get in New Zealand for some unknown reason. So when this came in, I was just like so freaking happy. It's now available in bookstores in this form. I saw it the other day on the shelf, and I was like, no way. Yeah. So I can get it as this book publishing version, but yeah, for some reason the Amazon version wouldn't ship to me, and this was before they were stocking them in bookstores. So yeah, just my fun battle to try and get my hands on this book. But thank you to Anonymous and Anonymous for your amazing package and getting me this book and knowing how much I loved this book. And like, I've only worked one page in here, but I've pulled this out so many times. I love flipping through this one. I love the illustrations on it, and yeah, I keep pulling it out. I just haven't made it back to it yet, but I freaking, like, if I pull out a cozy book, it's this one, and then there's a couple others that I tend to pull out all the time and just flip through. But I have done the dragon. So this one is Ganzai Tambi in the background, and then paint pens to colour the whole thing. And I do love how my dragon turned out. Again, I had a lot of fun. This is in the paint pen era, where I was trialing colouring pages with just paint pens, and I really like how it came together. But yeah, this one is absolutely gorgeous, and if you need some colouring inspiration, please do check out TK Dodo's channel, because, oh, so beautiful. So it's Cozy Japan. And then we have Cozy Europe. And I believe it's the very first page. Yeah, it's this one. So this one, I was really wanting to challenge myself to shade entirely with the markers, while also working with what limited markers I had left. So the colour palette's not the most cohesive, but I did manage to work with exclusively the markers that I had left in the tub. And I'm very pleased in like my red bus and all that. So yeah, alcohol markers, and then Posca for highlights. And I did use Distress ink and a cloud stencil to also sketch in the clouds. And yeah, that is the only page I've done, but I really like it. So it's Cozy Europe. You can see I took inspiration from the red bus on the cover. Plus, of course, you know, red bus. We're going to make it red. Cozy Europe. And that's all the Jade Summer ones. Alright, then we have Larisia May. This is the illustrator that also does the Creepy Kawaii books from, I don't know which part, but it's on one of my Amazon shelves. This is Creepy Kawaii, but this is the Bold and Easy. And this one is really quite simple illustrations. but they're still really cute while being ever so slightly creepy. And because they're quite big and simpler style images, they're quite fun to experiment with, which is what I've done. Or if I just want to do some really simple colouring. So this one is just alcohol markers. Again, just playing around with blending with just the alcohol markers. Then layering some different shimmer pens on top for the hearts. A little bit of a metallic gel pen for some details. And of course Mod Podge Sparkle. And yeah, just playing around with sparkles and a colour palette and using up this particular colour, which I don't think I'd use otherwise. And then the other one I've done in here is a little Cthulhu. And so for this one I used Gansai Tumbi and painted it in him. You can see the green underneath. And then because it did bleed out just a little bit beyond, even though I was trying to keep it contained, I did go around the outside with a paint pen. I went over all the lines with a super golden marker, and I did use a regular paint pen to just deepen the bottom of the tentacles, and then all the bubbles I went over with shimmer metallic pens. And yeah, paint pen for the eyes, and a little bit of super golden for the moon. Really quite simple, but it was really fun to just play around with the Gansai Tumbi to fill in the page. So yeah, fun experiment there. And that's the sort of thing I feel like I can do in here, is I can kind of play around with weird ideas, which I like to have a book where I can do that. I like to have several books where I can do that. So yeah, that is Creepy Kawaii, Bold and Easy. And then next up, we have Perfect Moments by Mason Nook. I have pulled this book off the shelf so many times because it's the cutest little kitties getting into trouble. I love, love, love this book. Yeah, I just look at it. I honestly just look at it so much. It's so cute. Just, oh, love it. So, ooh. Did I write down? Okay. I only have one completed in here, apparently. I thought I had... Oh, no, I'm thinking the VB Tinta one. So, yes, this is the only one I have done in here. My bad. Right, so we have just done the title page. I do love the title page, though. I think it's really cool. So this one is alcohol markers and then paint pens. Really, again, doing darker shadows with the alcohol markers and then doing the highlights with the paint pen. And yeah, black kitty, of course. I'll probably colour this whole thing with a black kitty, to be honest. Like, there are some pages where you have multiple kitties, but if there's just the one kitty, it's probably going to be a black kitty. And unfortunately, the cover of this one did get a bit bent, but that's okay. So yeah, that's the Perfect Moments Cute and Easy Colouring Book by Mason Nook. And then we have Fuzzy Meowies 1 and 3. And this is by Moji Do. Freaking love this one. Like, the obvious, like, the scenes from a movie, but with cats. Ah. Yeah. Love, love, love. So I have done this one here. Jack Skellington, about cats. And yeah, I really like how this one came together. So alcohol markers. I had like a yellow paint pen that was a little on the translucent side, and it was quite perfect for doing little highlights around here. And then Mod Podge Sparkle and a little bit of super golden markers in there for the stars and stuff like that too. Yeah. I think he looks really cool. So that is the Fuzzy Meowies page. And then in Fuzzy Meowies 3, I have done the Barbie page. This one here. So this one, again, alcohol markers and paint pens for highlights. And there's also an iridescent marker over the frame. You can see my blue. I was really struggling to get my blue to work because most of the blues in my paint and my alcohol markers running out because it's a colour I use the most apparently. But we made it work as best as we could. And yeah, I think the colour I originally did in the frame I wasn't very happy with, so that's why I went over it. And I realised later on, I was like, oh, it's Barbie. I should have done the classic Barbie blonde hair, but that's okay. We've got a little bit of a ginger Barbie there. Yeah, so also very cute. And it's kitties. I love colouring kitties. Fuzzy Meowies 1, Fuzzy Meowies 3. And then we have the Huldra Folk series. This is by Ogda Ada. And I have coloured some of these. Some of these I have not coloured because I also got them semi-recently. So I got the Huldra Folk Going on an Adventure. I love the series. It's just so cute. The little owls and the fantasy themes and oh, love it. So I have this tree swinger page. So for this one, I used water soluble, I think Neocolor 2s to be honest, in the background there for the background, and then paint pens. And it's all been coloured with paint pens, which means all the lines have also been removed. But I actually really like how it looks. The only problem is he's super pale. I don't have, like I have the brown and then I have ivory. I don't have a middle to do more appropriate skin tone. So he's just very pale. But also they've got giant elf ears, so it's like, they don't have to be regular skin tone, you know. They could be any colour. But it works. It works. And yeah, I'm really pleased with like all the blending I got on the plants. And yeah, the fact that it's all done with paint pens is pretty cool. It does look really cool with all the lines removed. So yeah, I might try to paint some more of these because they're fun. So it's a Huldra Folk Going on an Adventure. Then we have Mountain Village. And I have this one here. I believe that's the only one. Yes. So this one's, it's okay. It didn't work as well. Like I do like up here, don't get me wrong. It's the background that I'm not the biggest fan of. I probably should have done a bit more with the Neo colors to blend in the background. But of course this is Amazon paper, so I didn't want to soak it too much. I did also go around the outside of this one with a paint pen, but I didn't fully color it in. So maybe I just need to block it off fully and it might be that little bit better. But genuinely, I think the background's just a bit pale. So maybe I should glitter the background. If in doubt, glitter it out. Maybe that's what it's missing is glitter. But I do really like my little dragon rider up here. I think him and the dragon are just super cool. So yeah, pleased with that one. But I did accidentally block out the name of this one by painting over the dragon. So that's the Huldra Folk Mountain Village. And then we have Mythical Creatures, Nordic Winter, and Spooky Tale. I haven't worked in any of these yet because they are newer books in the collection. But super excited, especially this one. Oh my gosh, this one. Yes, 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 yes. I love my Mythical Creatures. It's gonna be lovely. And then the other one is Huldra Folk Whimsical Workers. And I have the little chimney sweep. And I do like this one. And once again, it is paint pens. I had a real, like, kick of colouring in pages with just paint pens. So Neocolor 2's in the background. And then all the paint pens. And yeah, I just remember being very pleased with how this one turned out. Of course, it does need bordering. It would look a lot better with a border. But, yeah. Working entirely with paint pens. Really love how these turned out. So it's the Huldra Folk series. Then I have Alvin Valley, which was a beautiful gift that turned up right as I was about to go for surgery, and I'm very, very grateful for the gift. It is not even something that was on my radar, but it's very cool. It's very Lord of the Rings Alvin inspired. It's got like some really interesting characters. Now I do find some of the illustration, like the way the characters are done, like their hands, not my favorite thing in the world, but it is really a cute book and there's a lot of room to play as well. Like you can see there with the, you know, we've just got room, we've got breathing space and really neat sense of perspective as well. That's a detailed one, but even here with the trees and stuff like that. So yeah, it's very much Lord of the Rings. And it's very, very cool. Yeah, it wasn't even on my radar, so absolutely beautiful when it turned up. Also, yeah, there is like a legit playlist that this goes to and stuff like that. I have a name generator, which I haven't filled in. And then it's got all the different little characters here. So you could keep it consistent throughout as well. So yeah, really neat. And it's all hand-drawn as well, which is awesome. So yeah. Anyway, I have coloured this one. So again, this is another paint pen. Also using metallic iridescent pens. In fact, it's mostly iridescent pens, to be honest. This is like the start of me figuring out the paint pens situation. So there's not actually any blending in here. It's all flat coloured with the paint pens. And I did also colour in the stars with super golden markers, but I didn't leave them to dry long enough. So when I came in with the Mod Podge Sparkle, it reactivated and spread it out. So I just stippled it and like stippled that gold out everywhere. So the stars have got like a little gold glow, and I don't mind. But it's just like, you know, magical elven land, magic in the place. Like, why wouldn't the land be shimmery with the magic? Like, magic everywhere. So I did. I made everything as shimmery as possible. Shimmer, 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 shimmer on the hair. All the gold is super golden. Shimmer for that one, shimmer for that one. A shimmer for the water. And then the sky is flat black with then glitter on top. So yeah, I think the only matte is her skin and the stone. And it's just because I didn't have a shimmery grey that would work that wasn't just pure silver. But yeah, I love it. I think it's great. And I had so much fun doing it. So that's Alvin Valley by Sabrin Studio. And then the last illustrator we have in my cozy collection is Vivi Tinter, who I mentioned before. I do absolutely love Vivi Tinter's work, and you'll see one book in particular I really do gravitate to. So we'll start off with Cat Mum. This is the newest one I have in my collection, and yes, more cats. More cats. Again, this is the other one that I pull down a lot from my shelf. I love a good cat colouring book, so yeah, I'm planning to get in here a lot more this year because love, love, love this one so much. And this is the one I have done, the grumpy cat taking a bath. I think it's just so funny. So this one is alcohol markers, Mod Podge Sparkle, paint pen. That's it. And I did, of course, all the bubbles are glittery because that's fun. I did also use like a little fine liner in here to put some really dark black strands. Yeah, I love the expression. It's the expression for me. Just so funny. It's such a cute book. So we have Cat Mum, and then we have, we'll leave Friends for the end because there's a lot in there. We'll do the Christmas one. This is Christmas Vibes, and there should be 5 in here. This one here. So this one is done with water-based markers and a little bit of Mod Podge Sparkle on the stars. And yeah, I was really pleased at like getting a glow effect with the water-based markers. Like I feel like you can tell it's glowing there. Yeah, I actually coloured that in Christmas Day in 2024. That was what I did. And then lots of cute pages. Some of these are just more wintry, so they don't have to be coloured in Christmas. Because, of course, they always do winter-themed Christmas colouring books. We have 'Tis the Season to Give. So this one uses alcohol markers and a little bit of Posca paint pen. And I mean a little bit because it's so much more subtle with my highlights when I did this one. Now it's just like highlights everywhere. I like the look of highlights. So yeah, I've definitely changed the style of how I approach this now. But it's fun to see. Fun to see the sort of thing where we started. But yeah, I remember spending ages trying to get that blend to work with the alcohol markers, and I was pretty pleased with what I managed to achieve, because also the markers were dying again. So yeah, getting as much done as I did, it's very, very happy with. Because you're working with old dying markers. Now this one here, my glitter page. So this was a buddy with the beautiful Jess from Colouring Bumblebee. Yeah, she has, if you want to see it done, properly, go see it, because it's gorgeous. It's absolutely gorgeous. But I remember I started this page and I was working with alcohol markers and trying to colour things properly, and something happened with the alcohol markers. I think it was just a case, once again, the ones I was using were running low, because I'm, again, using up old markers here. So it was very, very patchy. Then I was like, okay, and I played around with paint pen to go over the outlines, and I just kind of hated how everything was looking. And one of my rules I've always said is, if in doubt, glitter it out. And I just was hating how the whole page looked, so I said, you know what, I'm doubting it. Let's glitter it out. Let's glitter out the entire page. And so I started by putting down a layer of Mod Podge Sparkle over the entire page, which meant everything at least had some form of glitter, but also just gave like a protection layer. So hopefully what was underneath wouldn't, as I added in stickles, because I knew I'd be going in with stickles. I have a lot of different colors in stickles, and so I just pulled out as many different colors as I could and started matching up colors and slowly doing small sections at a time, doing a color at a time, filling in and coloring the entire page with glitter. And I mean, I love it because I love glitter and I think it's so fun. I definitely need to come in and border it. Story of my life. But yeah, I just think it's so fun. And like, yeah, it's really hard to get a photo of because it's shiny and reflective and sparkly. But it's so fun. So yeah, try colouring a page in glitter. So yeah, that was that one. Then we have the bunny writing a letter to Santa. This one is just alcohol markers, a little bit of Mod Podge Sparkle, a little bit of paint pen. No rhyme or reason here, I just wanted to colour the page. So I coloured the page. No big story, no nothing, just I wanted to colour the page. It's cute. I like it. I had fun. And then the last one in here is actually the advent calendar. And you can see that these are lists next to it. And I did this in 2024. And basically, instead of treating this as I came in every day and coloured a square, what I did was every day I wrote down, because I used to colour every day. I still colour most days, but I definitely used to colour every single day. So what I did is every single day on the lead up to Christmas, I wrote down the medium that I used the most that day, or something that was notable about that day's colouring. So for example, with page number 3, you can see it's entirely done in glitter. That was the day that I did the glitter page, and that was the notable page of the day. So that's kind of what I took note of. So you can see like day 1 is Inktense, day 2 alcohol markers, day 3 glitter glue, yada yada yada. And then at the end of, I think just after Christmas, I came in and I filled in this whole thing, and I tried to keep it so that I only was using red, yellow, green, and a little bit of like brown or grey as appropriate, but I was trying to keep it basically red, yellow, green no matter what medium I was using, so it would still be coherent even if it was across different mediums. So we have Inktense, alcohol markers, glitter glues, water-based markers, polychromos pencils, Pablo pencils, gel pens, Posca, washi tape, Inktense, alcohol markers, Deco Art glitter paint pens, polychromos pencils, metallic gel pens, polychromos pencils, alcohol markers, Prismacolor with stickers added to it, not stickles, literal stickers added on top. Polychromos pencils. You can see I use polychromos pencils the most. Oil pastel with Mod Podge glitter on top to seal the oil pastels in place. Inktense pencils, alcohol markers, Inktense pencils, and then for day 25, I just used a mixture of prior stuff. So these alcohol markers, polychromos, metallic gel pens, and a sticker. Because I did also have a day where I was using stickers. So yeah, I really like it. It was a really fun way to do an advent calendar. I'm not someone who generally gravitates towards doing advent calendars, so I had a lot of fun doing it this way and just having it as a memory of what I worked on. And I can look at this and go, oh, that's when I was doing this page. That's when I was doing this page. That was when I was doing this page, which is quite cool to see. So yeah, that is all the ones in Fuzzy Hygge, or as I call it, Fuzzy Hug Christmas vibes. And then we'll do the original Fuzzy Hygge, because there should be another 5 in this one. So yep, we have this one here. Again, no thoughts, just I wanted to colour the page. It was cute. I also had a lot of like dark green, dark browns and darker colours, and a lot of peach. So that's where the colour scheme came from. It's very warm. It's very tropical. But it's almost like there's a golden sunset glow. It feels like it's been coloured as if it was golden hour. That's the kind of vibes I get from it, which I don't mind. I like it. So alcohol markers, a little bit of, looks like polychromos to shade, paint pens, a little bit of Mod Podge. And yeah, I think it's really cute. And again, I've said that a lot. I will say that a lot because these books are really cute. This one here, alcohol markers. This is polychromos for shading, paint pens for highlight. No particular rhyme or reason. I thought the page was cute, thought it would be fun to colour, coloured it in. Again, thought the page was cute, would be fun to colour in. I was really trying to keep with pink and yellow here. Pink, yellow, a little bit of brown. Really like it. I feel like it's very cohesive, and again, use the colours that I had left in the tub because I'd used all the bright purple, bright pink, bright blue, and the cooler based tones. So this is like using lots of warm pinks, warm yellows, warm browns, and it really works. So yeah, I like this one a lot. I like the palette of it. It feels very strawberry, even though it's carrot. You know, that almost feels strawberry. It feels like it's strawberry vibes. I like it. This one here, alcohol markers, paint pens, stickers, stickles. No pencil shading on this one. This one was all done with alcohol markers. Lots and lots of alcohol markers. And then we have this one here. So this one used alcohol markers, and then there is some, I think Prismacolor is actually what I used to shade here. It might be Pablo or Prismacolor. It's one of the two. Lots of paint pens as well, because I went around the outline of everything with paint pen. And I also used acrylic paint on the painting. So this originally had like a Easter egg. I think this was meant to be an Easter page. I was like, nope. And I turned it into a painting. But then I also painted over the background because the original color I used was way too dark for the page. So I lightened up the background with a couple of layers of a matte acrylic paint. And then Mod Podge Sparkle for our blue bunny. Because glittery blue bunnies are my favourite to colour. Don't ask me why the bunnies always have to be blue. But I usually colour my bunnies blue. And if I haven't coloured a bunny blue, it's because my blue markers have run out. So yeah, that should be 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Perfect. And then the last BB tinter I have is Fuzzy Friends. And I have done 16 in here, apparently. This is definitely the one that I seem to gravitate to the most. It's the one I just always seem to pull off the shelf and colour in. So we've got a fair bit to go in through here. Yeah. I don't know why I just always gravitate this one. I just seem to gravitate to this one. So, yeah. So we have apple picking, again, blue bunny. Another one where the blue marker was running out. Alcohol markers, a little bit of paint pen. Monday I might come in here and add some glitter over there just to cover up how streaky that blue bunny is. Or maybe add another colour in there. I might have gone over it with a little bit of water-based markers to try and help smooth it out, because yeah, when the markers are running out, the markers be running out. We have this little baking one here. This is alcohol markers, and then it is Sakura jelly rolls to do the highlights, because like I've got pink on there and like yellows on there. See a couple of different colors. There's also a couple of paint pens. There is also a little bit of a gold metallic for the apron because I made it tartan as well. So we have the garden one here, alcohol markers, paint pens to highlight. Once again, blue bunny. It's really a thing for me. And a lot of times you'll see I do like orangey warm skies. It's because of the blue situation. Again, most of my blues are used up. So it's like, wow, what color can we do a sky if we can't do it blue? So we can do it purple. But this one does actually use water-based markers to color in the page. Yep, water-based markers. And I did a lot of shading with water-based markers, but there's a little bit of Pablo to shade. And then there is a paint pen for like part of the duvet pattern on here. And we have the candy shop. I love the candy shop. I think this is one of my favorite pages in the books because it's just so many rainbows. So yeah, alcohol markers and paint pens. No pencil shading here, just the markers. Yeah, I think the candies look delicious, and I love the pink and brown and black and white, and of course blue bunny. Again, I don't know why. I just always try to do the bunnies blue. It's just like I see a bunny, it's like I must do it blue. So here I didn't do the bunny blue, and I knew that was because the blue, like I knew the blue wouldn't last. I tried to use it on the curtain here, and it was like it barely survived. So I was like, okay, I'll get a bit of blue into the page, but we'll do pink, but we'll make it a glittery pink bunny instead. I really love my blanket here. I think that's really sweet. So yeah, alcohol markers, paint pens for highlights. There's also some gold metallic gel pens, so the stars, like the edges of the book on the candle here, the dots, and then lots of paint pens, and yeah, and of course stickles for pink bunny, and there is a blue reflect to the glitter, so it's like, well, still have a blue bunny in a way. Yeah, don't ask me why blue bunnies. So we have the Halloween page. I love how this one turned out so much. So alcohol markers, again, purple sky, avoiding blue, but I did do blue grass. I do believe that was quite patchy when I did it, because again, drying out markers. But black kitty, yeah. So alcohol markers, Prismacolor pencils, and a little bit of Mod Podge sparkle up there. Yeah, really like the lighting effects and the glow, and really like how that one came together. Then we have mushroom picking. This is alcohol markers, paint pens, a little bit of stickles. I have been saving this one until I had a working blue marker, because I love this page, but I didn't want to do it without working markers, so I'm excited to get to that one. The bathtub scene, again, water is usually represented with blue, sky is usually represented with blue, so how do I colour this if I can't use a blue? Pink and purple. So that became the colour scheme. And I like it. It's very cohesive, and I think the pink bubble works because maybe it's just pink bubble bath, and dark purple works as a great alternative for a night sky. So yeah, I like this page. I think it works well. Gets you really thinking about different ways to colour things if you've got to remove a certain colour. Yeah, so I like my bath. It's alcohol markers, paint pens, metallic gold gel pen for the stars, and stickles glitter glue for the bubbles. And then so this one, alcohol markers, paint pens, and stickles for the sky. I was going to do like some pencil shading on this one and push it further, but I just remember getting to this point being like, no, I'm just done with this page. I didn't really care for the page. I didn't colour the bunny blue because my blues, again, I could barely just get enough blue to do that. and I had a lot of overspill, and I just remember not being pleased with the page. I just genuinely wasn't in the mood to do this page, and I was forcing myself to do the page. That was a problem, I can say now, but yeah, at the time it's like, I'm just done, so I'm just calling it done here. And so we did. It's still like, it's a cute page, but yeah, it's not my favorite of the book, and that's okay. I do like the page behind it, so yeah, again, can't use blue, so what can we do? I did manage to get like an aqua to work for the doggy, but I had to go over a pencil to sort of hide some of the patchiness. The sky is a little patchy with the blend, but that's okay. I like the orange sky. I think it worked well. I really like my pink and purple bakery with the pink and purple kitty and all the delicious treats. And so, yeah, alcohol markers, paint pens, polychromos pencils, and stickles. And so this one, I did actually have some blue marker, but you can see just how much I was trying to push it to get it to work on this page. Yeah, that's not great, and that's okay. So the bunny had to become pink. So this one uses alcohol markers. I did use paint pens to try to go around some of the lines. There's Mod Podge Sparkle, which I put on the water to try and help blend out some of the patchiness of the water. Still very cute. I didn't have blue, but I had a bluey green, so the bunny became bluey green. Again, you can see the patchiness of the bluey up there. Yeah, I quite like my supermarket here too. I think it still works. It is a bit dull. I usually think of supermarkets being quite vibrant. I think it's this grey colour that I did behind here, but it was a colour that I knew had a lot of juice and would go well for a big open space. So that's the reason I chose it. I like my checker floor, and I just like the way the fruit looks with a little bit of highlights. Alcohol markers, paint pens. No stickles. Yep, so that's where the bluey green ran out. So alcohol markers, paint pens, and Mod Podge Sparkle to go over the flowers. There's also a little bit of some different paint pens. There's a little bit of metallic paint pens for the apples up there too. This one is entirely done with paint pens. A little bit of metallic gel pen as well. Or it actually might be a metallic paint pen for the stars. But yeah, that's all been coloured with paint pens. I did not do the bunny blue, but that's just because of rainbow order. These two needed to be swapped, and the bunny would have been in the perfect prime position to be blue. But that's okay. The pink bunny's still cute. But yeah, I wanted rainbow order. I thought that would be cute. And then we have this one here. Back to blue bunny. Could have done rainbow order here, but we mixed it around. And this one is Derwent ink tints for the backgrounds, and then Pablo coloured pencils to colour everything in. I don't think I based it. I think I just, apart from the Derwent ink tints background, yeah, just all done in pencils, and then a little bit of paint pens and metallic paint pens for all the bits up here. So yeah, that should be all 15 pages in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. This is why we do the stock take. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Okay, we're out by 1. That's cool. We get to increase that. Love it. Fuzzy Friends by VV Tinter. And that is all my cute and cozy style books. Okay, we're up to D1. This is a random assortment. Some of these could technically be counted as cute and cozy. Some of these could technically go into other collections, but they're all smaller books, so It's really a bit of a random assortment here, but it's D1. So this is Magic Jars by Colouring Book Cafe. Just a cute little pocket-sized book. Again, I thought about possibly putting this in my hospital bag, but I actually would gravitate towards colouring this quite a lot. So yeah, not yet because it's so cute. I've done just the one page in here. I did this with Crayola coloured pencils, Super Golden markers, and Mod Podge Sparkle. I probably should have done a little bit of a background, but I was happy with it, you know. It did the job. It did what I needed at the time. It's super cute. And yeah, kitty cats in a jar. Really cute little book. Magic Jars. Mini colouring book. Then I have Diane Defoe with Bowls de Bowls. I hope I'm saying that right. We should have 8 pages in here. Super cute book. Right, we have my Rainbow Unicorn. This one uses Inktense with a metallic gel pen and of course Mod Podge Extreme Glitter all over. And yeah, just Rainbow Unicorn. Love how it came together because of course it's rainbow and glittery. And then we have this one here. I originally had some like really strong ideas of how I was going to colour the page. I shaded in the tights with polychromos pencils, and then I did put this iridescent medium over the top. And originally I was going to use washi tape on all these squares and turn it into almost like a quilt. And then I felt the pressure to finish the whip, so I just brushed through it with Inktense. And I've always regretted that because I think, like, it's cute. I like the rainbow blankie. It's cute, but it would look so much better if I'd used the washi tapes and turned it into a full-on quilt. So, you never know. One day I might get inspired to sit here and actually cut out all these little squares and even just a couple of them, turn it into the washi tape quilt that I originally dreamed of. But yeah, again, it's still cute. It's rainbow. Just why I'm trying not to pressure myself to do as many whips. Like, if it's a whip, it's a whip. Come back to it when you feel it. Don't feel the pressure just to finish it just because it's there. This is the very first page that I did in the book. It is Inktense with Pablo coloured pencils. And yeah, coloured her with the blue here. Because a little bit like it was me. And then, of course, we've got Shadow. Plus, we've got my old ginger cat JB, who's passed away. I never had a dog, so I just did a gorgeous golden dog because, yeah, pretty. I like guide dogs, so guide dogs are cool because they do cool stuff for cool people who need it. And usually, a lot of the guide dogs that I see are golden. So, yeah. And then we have our otter page, and I actually really like this otter page. So the background is watercolor. An iridescent watercolor. I think I might have used the inks a bit too. Yeah, I did. I used the inks that bleed through like crazy, so that's going to be fun. And then I used paint pens to color the whole page, and I did stipple on some Stickles glitter gel, so it has got a little bit of glitter too. I do love this otter page so much. I think it turned out so well. Especially like the otters themselves with the paint pens. I just think it's super cute, so it was worth it. Even though that is going to be quite the fun challenge to clean up. But we'll make it work. There are ways around it. There's ways to make it work. We have this one here. So this one I impulse decided to do because I had, I think it's the Payne's Grey in Inktense. The little nib of it broke off. And it's a lot of, you know, ink, so I just put it into a lid with a little bit of water and then pulled out a couple of books where I could use that grey colour up, and I flicked through here and saw this brick and went perfect, and just used varying strengths of Inktense in the one colour to do all these bricks and create all that texture. And then I also coloured in the inside in here with it quite strong, and then once it was all dry I just pulled out Pablo's and just coloured in the tree branches, coloured in the little kitties, a little bit of Posca to highlight, and then some stickles on the birds. So yeah, really simple, just one colour of Inktense, but worked brilliantly and used up a lot of that broken nib. We have Kitty. I love this one. So again, Inktense and Pablo coloured pencils, lots of Posca for highlighting, and then some Mod Podge and a gold glitter gel pen. And yeah, really like the back glow of the kitty, like really, really strong lighting effects on this one. And then we have these 2 pages here. So for this one, I started with Inktense and shaded all of it with Inktense. I did come in with some water-based markers to colour her in over the top. And I went a bit heavy with the water-based markers, so she has bled through a bit there. I believe that's all water-based markers too for the cats. Yeah, start with an Inktense wash and then darkened with water-based markers. So again, I have another clean up on this side, and that's all good. This one, I believe it's the same deal once again. Inktense and then water-based markers on top. Doesn't matter if it bled through on that one. Yeah, those 2 are there, and that's everything in here. So that should be 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Perfect. Sirens du Monde. I love this book. It is so gorgeous, and I've only done 2 in here, but I am looking forward to showing it some more love because it is absolutely beautiful. It's single-sided, and you can do all sorts of stuff in here. It's just so cute. And I love memes. So we have this page here. So this was another buddy with Jess from Colouring Bumblebee. And this one I used watercolor with iridescent watercolor in it to do the background, and then I colored on top with polychromos pencils, and I just wasn't happy with how she was going, so I ended up pulling out an iridescent marker and going over her. It was my choice to do her pink. That was the wrong choice because everything else is so green and yellow. I wanted her to pop, but the pink is just wrong. I should have done like red, would have been better. It would have been closer to the family, but still enough contrast to pop out. But yeah, I just chucked an iridescent marker on top, which, because it has a blue effect, it really wasn't the right colour to chuck on top, but that's okay. I like the little dentist sperm still. I really like the colour of the background that I got here with the yellow and teal. I think that's a really fun watercolour combo. Like, I wouldn't think yellow for the water, but it does work. So that was really fun to do. And then we have this page here. So this one is meant to be like wintry and snow, but I thought it would be really fun to do it quite warm. So I used lots of reds, orange, and pink, which you don't think of with snow, but I really like it. This one I did have a few disasters going into it for how I originally thought to do it, but we just kept pushing through, and I do like where I got it to in the end. That is why the snow of the mountain is painted in gold Liquitex acrylic ink. There's also a ton of glitter on the mountain because when in doubt, glitter it out. And then I did use a Posca paint pen to do light pink snowflakes everywhere, but I also flicked a lot of gold everywhere as well. So it's like, is the pink cherry blossoms or snow, or is the gold the snow and stuff like that. So yeah, I really do like this page. I think it's very cool, very different. Yeah. And those are the 2 pages I have done in this gorgeous book, Sirens du Monde, or Mermaids Around the World, I believe it translates to. Then we have Bunnies and Dragons, and oh my gosh, this book is cute. If you are after this book and you're in New Zealand, it is only $12 at the warehouse. It is very accessible, and it is a fantastic book. So highly recommend. But yeah, super, super cute. And of course, it's bunnies and dragons. And I love both those things. And it's very D&D-esque and RPG-esque and fantasy. And just love, love, love. So I've done 1 page in here, which is my reading nook page. Of course, the bunny is blue. And so I used Inktense to shade everything. And in here as well. So a little bit of pencil, polychromos pencils pulled out as well, but it's really trying to push with just the Inktense my shading. And then I think I used a little bit of super golden markers on him as well. And then I thought it would be really fun to pull it out glossy accents and use that on the window to turn it all glossy. And it's like, yeah, that'll be really cool. So I did that and then put the book flat to dry, but I did not realize I must have had just ever so slight of an angle here, because as you can see, the glossy accents ran off and it's just so sad. So I did try to see if I could like crack and pull it up, but I can't do it without lifting up the image underneath, which just saddens me so much. So it's like we just have this random big streak of gloss here. So if I look at it like that, it's glorious. I love it. I love the way that the window looks. It does feel like you're looking in on them in a window, but of course with that, yeah, so that's sad. Honestly, I love glossy accents, but with the amount of issues I have with it, I have learnt now, because I have been using it quite thickly. I've just been pouring it out and letting it go on thick, but I did experiment recently with using it in a thinner coat, and you can use it very easily in a thinner coat and it still looks glorious. It doesn't have the dimension, it doesn't need the dimension, and with it being so thick, it can also yellow things. So yeah, in future we're going much thinner on this. I'm putting some on and then brushing it out and doing thin coats, and if need be, I will do 2 coats. Otherwise I'm switching to Mod Podge gloss, because yeah, just so many problems, but I do love the effect of it. So it's my one page in Bunnies and Dragons. Honestly, when it happened, it made me feel so sad, because I love this book and I was like, do I go get another copy? But no, I'm not going to do that. It's a lesson learned. So yeah, so it's Bunnies and Dragons. And then I have a bunch of books by Kay Camero. And I mean, these technically could go on the cozy and cute shelf, but I feel like they belong here. So the first 2 I have are the cutest of cute amigurumi books. So these are colouring books, but they also have some crochet patterns at the back by Rita from Rita Crochet. And I do crochet, and I used to actually make amigurumi. I used to actually go around to markets with prints of my original art and amigurumi that I used to sell. And yeah, that was how I was covering my living expenses for a few years and to manage to survive, which I was very proud of, because it's very hard to be an independent artist. But in the end, basically, imports killed me, because people were like, it's $25 for this little toy that I can go and pick up from over there for $2. And it's like, yeah, but it's taken me 4 hours to make this, and I'm barely giving myself minimum wage, if that. I, in fact, didn't give myself minimum wage, yeah. So I tried, but in the end, I just had to give it up. And then my hands kind of went, so I couldn't do it anymore anyway. So I've done 1 in here. So these are all designed to look like little crochet toys. So they're very like yarn strands, which is very cute. So I've done the Highland Cow. This is alcohol markers, polychromos pencils, and of course stickles. There's also some glaze pen on the eyes here, so there's a little bit of shine on the eyes. Yeah, I really like my Highland Cow. I think he's cool. I'm pretty sure that's the only one I've done in here. Yep. And then I have the cutest of cute amigurumi party. This one focuses more on snacks and treats, whereas this one is animals. And I've just got 1 page in here. It's a pretty simple page. I remember at the time thinking I should probably do more to this, but I also really like just the simplicity of it. And I got what I needed from the page. It's an ice cream page, or an ice block. There you are. This one here. So I just used alcohol markers, and I did use alcohol markers on the white to shade the white, but it's just such a subtle tint of a grey, so it's a perfect white shader, but it looks very white. Especially with the white background, it feels very uncoloured there. But yeah, I just wanted to do like a simple little Neapolitan style ice cream, and then the flowers and the bow, and it's all just alcohol markers, real simple shading, a little bit of gel pen for highlights, super golden markers to do like the little beads, and yeah, Mod Podge sparkle. Very simple, but it was perfect for what I wanted to colour that day. So that's the two of the Cutest of Cute Amigurumi books. And then also by Kei Kimiro, we have Manga Sparkle. So I have the Mermaid City and Unicorn and Mythical Creatures. I think these ones are neat, but I don't think I need more than these two. They're neat, they're odd, they're very intense, very detailed for what's kind of cozy as well. Yeah, they're really interesting books. So she's got a really interesting style. The mermaid one is so cute. So again, got to get more into this. So I have done this one here, my random eel page, but yeah, I don't know. It's the ugliest of colors, but it works except for the cheek. But that's okay. We can have a little pop on the cheek. So this one I used Gansai Tambi in the background, and then water-based markers to color on top, and super golden markers for all the bubbles, and a little bit of like metallic gel pens and stuff, and Mod Podge Sparkle to do the little accessories on this eel. And this is where, like, I should have done pink for the cheeks. I should have done like a peach or something that ties in a bit more. But yeah, I don't know. It's an odd colorway, but it also works. So yeah, very cute book though. I do love the mermaids in here. And then I have the Unicorn and Mythical Creatures, and I have this weird dog page in here that I've done. I call it the weird dog page. So this one I've used Gansai Tambi in the background. Should I use alcohol markers or water-based markers here? Let's say that's water-based markers. And then Mod Podge Sparkle over the top, a little bit of golden, super golden for like some details. But if you see, it kind of looks like, you know, we've got the face, and then we've got a couple paws, and then it goes around here, and a tail. It's like, it's almost flattened and spread out. It's weird. It's really trippy. It took me a long time to kind of figure out what was going on, and I still don't know if I feel comfy with it. Like, it feels weird to me, but I like that it's weird, but it's also like, what's going on? It's like a dog snake. So yeah, that is what I have done in the Unicorns and Mythical Creatures one. So that's all my Kei Kimiros. And then I have one by Kimmer Parrish, and this is So Many Cute Animals. And I haven't coloured in this one yet. It's another one that's just come in. And I know I'm not the only one that's thought this, because I've seen it in a couple of my chats as well, where people have gone, do we think Kei Kimiro and and Kimmer Parrish are, like, they feel very similar. Like, at first I thought this was the same illustrator, because it's just very similar. But yeah, they've got very different names, so I'm going to go with the two different artists. But yeah, it feels very similar, but it's also super cute. So yeah, and I don't know, I feel like some of these ones are a little bit more, like, there are some differences between them. I feel like some of these ones are a little bit more approachable. I think I like Kimmer Parrish a little bit more than Kei Kimiro. Not that it's like you need to rank everyone, but yeah, I think, again, they're very similar books, and I think I like this one just a little bit better. It's just a little bit easier to colour in my mind, a little bit easier to make sense of the scene and what's going on. But it's still, they're all gorgeous books, and I'm excited to get into this when I get into this. And then we have Magical Woodland by Kate Pellerin, and oh my gosh, this book is gorgeous. So I have two done in here, and I've done a few different things experimenting in here. So I've done this one with Inktense pencils, and specifically the new 28 colour Inktense pencil sets, because that is what I had just arrived in when I got this book. So I really wanted to play around with those new colours and try them out. So much dark mink, fell in love with that colour doing this. And then I did use some polychromos pencils to deepen some areas of shading, and a little bit of stickles, but yeah, I was really trying to focus on just shading with the pencils. And then the other one I've done is this page here, and this was my gouache experiment. And definitely by the end of it, I was feeling a lot more comfortable with the gouache than when I first started it, but I'm still really like proud of what I managed to achieve. So yeah, this is all I am drawing a blank on the name. It's immediately gone from my head, but they are good quality gouache. I used to have this set of really terrible gouache. It was more like a bad watercolor. And in the end, I got rid of it, and I talked about for a long time wanting to get actual gouache to try. And then somebody very kindly sent me a 12-pack to try. It's like, thank you so much. So this was my trial. I actually did this on live stream, and I had two of my dearest friends in the world, Smalt and Pencil Butter, join me on live stream for this. They are both amazing gouache and watercolorists, and like they do amazing things with these paints. So they came on stream to give me some live advice and help me figure out along the way. And yeah, we just, by the end of it, it's definitely feeling a little bit more confident, and I can see where to progress from here. And next time I do it, I think I'll progress even more and get even better at it. It's still, you know, in progress, but this is a really cute book for doing it. There are some pages I think would work really well for carrying on with painting. So I might try and do another gouache page in here sometime. Some of these feel a bit like they really would be cute painted. So it's just such a cute book. So that's the Magical Woodland colouring book by Kate Pellerin. Then I have Cute Chibi Creature Colouring, and this is by Phoebe Im. This one could definitely go on the cozy and cute bookshelf because it is so cozy, so cute, so simple, and such a fabulous book for colouring in. If you like, you know, cute and cozy, but you want a different style of book to go for, fully recommend this one. It is absolutely gorgeous. I have done I have done 4 in here. So we have our snake page. This one is the battle of the drying out alcohol markers. But we made it work. I tend to keep things really simple with the colouring in here. So it's just alcohol markers, some metallic paint pens for details, some actual paint pens for highlights, and Mod Podge Sparkle. And then we have the octopus squid. This one, again, alcohol markers, paint pens, a little bit of stickles. The rainbow unicorn page, which I think is my favorite. It's just so bright and colorful and just this is alcohol markers, paint pens, a little bit of metallic paint pens for the hearts, and then Mod Podge Sparkle for the stars. And then we have the mermaid, which is again alcohol markers, paint pens, and Mod Podge Sparkle. So, yeah, just really simple colouring in here, but it's just perfect. It's just what you need sometimes. So it's Cute Chibi Creature Colouring by Phoebe Im. And then I have Capybara Cuties by Rob Parkinson. And oh my gosh, this one is cute. So I've just joined a buddy group where they are doing 2 pages a month in here. I've got quite a few pages to catch up on in Capybara Cuties, which I'll get to eventually. But for now, I have done the 2 pages for December, which was the Christmas page. So I used alcohol markers, metallic gel pens, and a iridescent brush marker to colour in the background. I'm not always going to colour in the background, but I did accidentally smudge my markers quite a bit, so that was me covering up markers. And then of course paint pen highlights. And then I have also done the boba page, and so for this one it is alcohol markers and a gold metallic gel pen. And then I did also use the glaze pens on the actual cups as well. So it's got a bit of the shiny as well. So that is the Capybara Cuties, the 2 pages I have done in there. And then I have Sarah Berrier, Portrait of a Mermaid. I am, oh my goodness, trying to get this one. Yeah, Amazon cancelled my order when I did try to order this one and was trying to order something else. And it just kept cancelling my order. So again, very grateful to have this one in because it is so cute. This is definitely colours influenced me. I really like what she had done in there, and it's like I really want to get my hands on that book. So I've only done the one in here, but this is definitely one of those books for like Mermaid I'll probably pull out, but also I might pull out any other time. I really like what I did here where I kept it to one colour, which is how I think I'll probably approach the book, is I'll just choose a colour and do a page based on a colour. So this one obviously I did in purples, and there's obviously a little bit of gold detail highlights, but it's primarily purples. So I actually used, what's it called? I used watercolour with iridescent watercolour in the background, and then I used Crayola Super Tips, but as watercolour to colour in her. There is a bunch of paint pens to do some details and super golden markers. I also used, I think, just Crayola pencils to shade in her hair, to add in some more shading to her hair. And there's a little bit of stickles over her scales as well, and her lips, so she's got a little bit of shimmer. Yeah, it's such a neat sketchy style that I think it's really fun to play with, and all the background details, and yeah, you can do a lot in here. So I'm excited to get in there and do some more and play around with Portrait of the Mermaid by Sarah Berrier. Then the other Sarah Berrier I have is World of Flowers, which very different sizes. But I've also done one in here. Again, it does have that really neat sketchy style that is really fun to play around with and get messy on. So that's what I've done. This is all Crayola Super Tips as watercolour with a bunch of paint pens and metallic markers and a little bit of Mod Podge Sparkle, and just, yeah, there's lots of little details, lots of little spots and different bits and pieces. Just had a lot of fun of seeing what I could throw at the page. Because it had all these little dots drawn in, like all over, you know, a lot of these pages have a bit of dot chaos, which I love dot chaos. Decided to also splatter mine up a bit to fade it out, and I really like that. So that's The World of Flowers and Portrait of the Mermaid by Sarah Berrier. Then we have Spooky by Sarah Scheiswick. I believe that's how it's pronounced. I'm probably butchering it. I have done 2 in here. Love, love, love. I love the fact that, you know, she always paints the cat black. So I have done the Jackalope page. This one uses watercolors for coloring the majority of the page. Yeah, watercolors, and then I used shimmer sprays on top. I splattered some ink to also add in more splatter. I used paint pens to go over the little stars here, and stickles on the stars and all over, so it's also a bit sparkly and shimmery, and yeah, really fun. I was really pushing myself with the watercolors to do the shading in just watercolors, so I remember being really proud of doing that and then just having fun splattering all over the top. So I've done the jackalope, and then I've done the axolotl as well. For loving colouring cats, I haven't coloured any of the actual cat. I've just coloured the other pages, and that's okay. Yeah, so this one I've used, so I have a navy shimmer spray that is notorious for bleeding through pages. So here, because it's single-sided, I've wet the page and then dripped it on and let it bleed everywhere for the background. So this is technically a shimmer spray, but used sort of like a watercolor ink. And then I did spritz on some white shimmer spray, some pearlized shimmer spray on top. And then I used polychromos pencils and a white Prismacolor pencil to colour in the jar. There's a little bit of Mod Podge Sparkle on the axolotl too. So yeah, And again, it's got that really fun shimmery, slight shimmer to it and glitter. And I really like using this ink up like this because it bleeds really interestingly. Like it makes really fun background. So it's great to use as a background, and it helps use up that shimmer spray that is really, really dark navy blue and just makes a mess every time I use it, although I still love to use it. So that's my 2 pages in Spooky by Sarah Scheiswick. And then I have Yusuku. Hopefully that's pronounced right. So I have Year of Witches, Witches Around, and Witches, which you can also get as a compilation book of all 3 of those together. I just have the 3 individual ones. I have only worked in Year of Witches. So the other 2 I have not. And I've done this page here. So for this one I used water-based markers to colour in the page and shade. These a little bit of like paint pens and super golden markers and different things for effects. No glitter, but I don't think I needed it. I was just happy with this. And because this book, like some of these pages are quite detailed, so it felt quite good to just use. It didn't feel like I could get alcohol markers in there, so that's why I decided to use water-based markers. I did use a little bit of pencils to shade as well. I'm just seeing that now. Yeah, I didn't go in with like a color plan or anything. I was just like, whatever colors I feel. If I'd gone in with a color plan and made it a little bit more cohesive, I'd love it even more. But I kind of love the chaotic nature of it. Like, you know, again, I don't live in a color coordinated home. This home's chaos and it's fine. So it's Year of Witches, and then as I said, I have Witches Around and Witches, and I don't think I've worked in either of these. I have not. And then the last one on this shelf is Weisheng Ong, who has done Starry Night 1, Starry Night 2. If you see my Colouring Heaven collection, I also have the Starry Night Colouring Heaven issue, which is what got me interested in getting these books. I believe these are kind of older books on Amazon now. I think, yeah, first published March 2019. So they contain 12 images, so they're quite small books. Nope, that's 13 to 20 images. And yeah, just really interesting line work. Love the fact that it's mostly portraiture. There's lots of black sky. Sorry, sneak peek there. Yeah, really interesting. I don't know, there's something about them. I find them really neat. And they look really detailed, but it's actually quite surprisingly easy to colour them in with some alcohol markers. So yeah, I just used alcohol markers, a little bit of Pablo's to shade, super golden markers to do this border, and I did use some Stickles glitter gel on these little flowers here as well. And then for the background, because it's got the black coloured in already, so it's an Amazon black print, I like to go over it with Mod Podge Sparkle because I feel like it just makes that black all the more vibrant and just makes it appear darker. It just changes the nature of the black, so I really like finishing that by going over it with Mod Podge Sparkle or Extreme Glitter. So yeah, that is the 1 page that I have done in Starry Night 1. Then we have Starry Night 2. Once again, I've done the 1 page in here, which is this one here. So once again, alcohol markers, a little bit of pencil for shading, a little bit of golden markers, and Mod Podge Sparkle. And so that is Weisheng Ong, Starry Night, and that's everything on D1. Okay, so now we're going to go on to E1. This simply holds Lulu Mayo and Rita Berman. Really easy shelf because there's only 2 illustrators. So we'll start with Lulu Mayo, and I do have a few Lulu Mayo books. So we have a million baby animals. So cute. And I have just the one done in here, which is this one here. This one just uses polychromos pencils and a little bit of stickles. And yeah, really autumnal colours as well, which is very surprising for me, but it's really sweet. I remember I did this one in bed, just not feeling very well. So it was the perfect little bed one. Just a little bit of polychromos pencils. Yeah, that is the only page I've done in a million baby animals. I have a million cute animals, and once again I have just done one page in here. Or in here. Oh, is it right at the back? It's right at the back. This one was actually a buddy with J.I. Colourist. My first buddy with them. Actually, I think it's my only buddy so far. Should see if they want to do another one at some stage. But they were trying to complete this book, and I hadn't worked in this book, so I messaged them to say, hey, I want to work in this book. I haven't touched it. You want to complete it? Pick a page, and I'd love to buddy with you on it. So yeah, we went for this one. So I used Crayola Super Tips to do the background as like watercolor, and then which did bleed through, so fun. And then I've used Prismacolor to color in our little owls here and our leaves, and I use lots of paint pens to go around the outsides and highlight everything. Tons of stickles on the moon here. I think I use a little bit of Crayola too on the moon, so it does have a little bit of shading underneath the stickles. And then, yeah, really simple. I just decided to go with your classic pink and blue makes purple, so pink and blue parents make purple baby. And yeah, I like it. I think it's really sweet. But yeah, need to show some love. Again, these have a lot of my Lulu Mayo books have hit the taken apart on the only work a page because I'm trying to work the new books on my shelf, so I've only done the one page situation. So I'm looking forward to not really having that pressure to try and work my unworked books and actually being able to come back to some of these books I love and do a lot more in these books. Speaking of books I love, A Million Kittens. I think this is my favourite of her Million series. I mean, it's kitties, so I'm already going to be biased towards it because I love colouring kitties. But I just think the artwork in this one is fabulous. It is gorgeous. It's so many kitties. And yeah, I love. So this one, I did do a page as soon as it came in October. I just haven't made it back to it. But I did the title page, which isn't something I normally gravitate to doing, but I just loved all the kitties on it. So this one actually uses coloured pencils, and I used a super golden marker to do all the little gold details. And I did take inspiration from the cover, so I did use the designs for the kitties on the front cover for how to colour in my kitties here. So yeah, I did use that as my basis to come up with all the kitty designs, because why think hard when it's there for you? But yeah, then I did my own background and tried to keep it really neutral, and I really like how it came together. So that's A Million Kitties by Lulu Mayo. Then we have A Million Little Monsters, and I have done 3 in here. So this one here, I have used Prismacolor pencils with a little bit of a deco art with the micro glitter. I have like a black and a white and deco art glitter, and it's super fine glitter. That's what I've used for the bats and like the eyes and stuff like that. So yeah, pretty straightforward, just Prismacolor, a little bit of glitter, but I do really like how it comes together. Very cohesive again. I believe this one was a buddy colour too. I cannot remember who I buddied with at this time, and I do apologise, but yeah, I'm pretty sure that one was a buddy. That was like 2023, I believe. And then, okay, I can't find my post-it, so we're just going to do it this way. We've just covered up with a random disposable palette and then a pencil sharpener to keep it in place. But basically that has a date and a nibbling's name on it, because this one has been coloured with one of my nibblings. So yeah, they used Prismacolor pencils and went to town colouring this page because they asked to help me colour in one of my books, and they also seem to like these books. They seem to pull them off my shelf a lot and look at the Lulu Mayos a lot. So there is a couple marks over here, but it's so little over here that you can barely see them, so I don't count this page. It was just more, young child trying to colour. You can see they were really trying to colour at the time. This was 2021, I believe. 2021 or 2022. The date is under the end. I've already forgotten. I just looked at it. I've already forgotten. But yeah, it's so cool. I have little bits of different nibblings colouring across multiple books, and I really like it. All right, I'm going to pause again and then unpack this and move on. Okay. Again, just making sure I don't show. I normally have post-its on those, just in case I flick for a book on stream that doesn't show the nibbling's name, but I don't have a post-it in that book, and I've gotten rid of most of my post-its, so yeah, I do have a little stack somewhere for things like that, so I'll have to find those, but yeah, and put one in. Anyway, this page here, so this one uses Prismacolor. There is acrylic paint in the background, as well as paint markers to do all the highlights, and yeah, I love this one. I just think it looks really, really tasty. So I know, again, I can't show you because the next page has the date that is not covered, but you might have noticed when I was pointing to the other page there was a bunch of bleed through. That is because I originally did some watercolor in the background here, and I was not happy with how that background was, so I chose to black it out. I'm glad I did. I really think it helps it pop out as well, and it just looks delicious and tasty. And then that is, again, that was the nibbling. I'm not really counting that one because I still think I would work over that. That's just just one scribble. So yeah, it's not like they actually spent some time. They just did some scribble because they were learning how to hold pencils. I can still leave it with that part, and then it's done by both of us. But yeah, that's A Million Little Monsters by Lulu Mayo. Then we have A Million Llamas, and this one I have actually done 13 pages in. This is my oldest Lulu Mayo. It's the first one I got in because I was just trying to figure out if I liked her stuff, and so yeah, done a lot of different things in here. Okay, turns out there was another nibbling name with no cover up in here, so I did just go and find my post-its because I know they've helped me a lot in Lulu Mayo. So we did just go and get some post-its. So I've done these 2 pages here. So this one is obviously another nibbling helping hand one, with one of my nibblings. This was done in 2023 and uses polychromos pencils. Yes, I do let the kids use the artist quality pencils. They start off with cheaper pencils, and we discuss how you shouldn't really throw pencils because of the breakable cores and how we look after art supplies. And once they show that they can handle like Crayolas and classic colors, then I'll start moving them up because they really do love the look of the pencils in the cases and the rainbow of them. So they want to use them, and I'm like, when you can show me you can use a expensive, you look after Auntie supplies, then you can use Auntie supply. And yeah, they're now very good because I started them very young coloring with Auntie. Yeah, so that one is myself and one of the nibblings coloring. You see a little bee drawn there too. And then on this side I used water-based markers, and on some of these I also used it as watercolor. This was like when I was first learning that you could use super tips as watercolor, and so I was playing around with it and I was like, oh my gosh, I love that effect. So yeah, I'm really pleased with how this one turned out. Of course, and it's not bleed through too badly, and there's a little bit of glitter gel pen there too. But yeah, some of it is shaded with me just working directly on the page. Some is watercolor. Oh, there's going to be so many cuts to cut out of this. For anyone saying, or wondering, like, why don't you just leave them permanently in the book? I've had things in the past where I've put in a post-it like this and then come back to the book and it's transferred colour, which is why I normally don't leave post-its in the book. But I've obviously forgotten just how many names and dates I have in Lulu Mayo. So, yeah, I just have to try and remind myself next time I do this to actually or maybe try leaving them in for a year and see how we go. I don't know. I'm just nervous leaving in post-its. That's why I'm trying to use more handmade bookmarks rather than post-it notes, because I've had transference of colours from post-it notes. But yes, this is another one done with one of the nibblings. It was one that I had had in progress for quite a while, like I think a couple of years at this point, and I'd every once in a while come in and slowly picked away with a little bit more Prismacolor, and the nibbling was looking at this book and turned to this page and went, cupcakes. They're like, can I colour a couple of the cupcakes? I did and for a second, but honestly at this point it had been 2 years as a whip, and I was like, you know what, go for it, you go finish the final 2 cupcakes for me. So that's what this nibbling did. Yeah, I like it. I like that they've helped me with the page, you know? And yes, I could have been pedantic and like finished it, but again, it had taken me 2 years to get to this point. So obviously was not like highly focused on getting it done. So this one here, I've used water-based markers and gone over the top with Prismacolor pencils to shade in the page. Now I think it would be really cute to use like a brick stencil and add in a bit of a background or just add it in. But when I first started this, I used to not really experiment with backgrounds and just colour in as was there. This one, chaos page, glitter page. So this one I used water-based markers to colour in all the elements, and then Inktense pencils to do the background. And then over the top of everything that I could, I put on a coordinating Stickles glitter glue. So at the time I didn't have an orange. This is what made me realize I was lacking an orange in my collection, because I didn't even realize. I only had the one red, so I was like, oh. And yeah, just basically I tried to put in as many colors as I could match up with glitter. And yes, I could have done the sky as well, but I didn't have I didn't want to use an entire pot of purple stickles in the background, and did not have Mod Podge at this time, the Mod Podge sparkle. But yeah, I like it. I think it's cool with the rainbow and the llamas and all the glitter. Lots of fun. And then we have this one here. This one again is water-based markers. I do a little bit of water-based markers in Lulu Mayo because it's just a good one to grab a box of markers and go and curl up in bed and colour. So I was trying to like add in texture with the markers, and then watercolor for the background here. I think I've used like a little bit of an iridescent topper on the clouds here too, so they're slightly shimmery. This was actually a buddy with Candice of Happy Catastrophe. Yeah, she was trying to get into actually figuring out Lulu Mayo, so I buddied with her to work in A Million Llamas because I had it as well. And yeah, I really like what she did. She used a lot of paint pens to colour in her page, and it was really cool. And she ended up also doing this one coordinating, which I thought was really cool. I was like, I should coordinate mine, but I only did this one. Maybe one day I'll go there. So I think I used water-based markers to base it. It's definitely Prismacolor to shade, and I use lots of paint pens to remove all the outlines. And then I used water-soluble crayons in the background, and then lots of gold shimmer spray, as you can see here. Lots of gold shimmer spray, and there is stickles on the little flowers too. We have these 2 pages here. Again, I know this was just me colouring in bed, not feeling particularly well. I just coloured it in with Super Tips. It is not the most inventive colouring. It's not the smoothest of colouring. There's not really any shading or texture. It's just me colouring exactly what is there and just being happy with colouring exactly what was there and calling the page done, because that was the mood. And that's allowed to be the mood sometimes. You're allowed to just colour what you need to colour. I needed to just colour and just not think. So that's how those 2 pages came to be. And we have this one here. So this is entirely done in Polychromos pencils. A little bit of a gold glitter gel pen for the horn and some details on the cake. And a little bit of Posca that I tried to use to kind of lighten up the lines of the ghost. Not entirely remove the lines, just lighten the lines. Then I have this one here. Again, this is just water-based markers. I did shade a couple of these with pencil, but I didn't shade all of them. I was like, nah, I'm just happy with it like that. And then we have the cover, which again is done in water-based markers. Did do some speckling, shading, try and get some llama texture on the wall. So 1, 2, 3, 4, just in case I accidentally show the names again. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 13. Yay! So that's 1,000,000 llamas. Move my post-its out of the way. 1,000,000 magical creatures. We should have 5 done in here. So we'll start off with this one. I love this one. It was such a fun experiment. There's actually a page coming up in 1,000,000 Mermaids where I just kind of experimenting with some techniques, and I kind of figured out this technique, and it's like, it'll be fun to do a whole page of that. So I took it to this page. So what I did is I used yellow, green, and red watercolor and just kind of randomly placed it all over the page. And then I grabbed blue watercolor and I used that to shade everything, and as well as a white paint pen to do some highlights and a little bit of sickles. But yeah, it was just a fun little experiment, but I love how it turned out. Like, the colors of it are really fun. I remember finishing it and going, this is really cool. So yeah, really pleased with how that one went. And then we have this page here. So this one uses Colourist water-soluble pencils and stickles, Liquitex Gold Acrylic. No, that's Deco Art Enchanted Shimmer. My apologies. Paint pens. Lots and lots of little bits. Polychromos pencils for shading as well. Yeah, she's so glittery. I love her hair. Her hair just, that hair colorway. And the little purple froggies, they're so fun. We have the little witch here. Have lost a couple of the sequins, but we're doing pretty well with keeping our sequins in place. So this one uses, I think it's Charisma Color. A friend of mine has a set of these pencils and I was allowed to try them out. They're like super dry Prismacolors. That's the only way to describe it. They blend like Prismacolors, but they feel dry. But they were neat to use and to try, and they worked really well in this book. They're a really old set of pencils. And then I thought it would be fun to just stick in some star sequins to add to the night sky. Yeah, I really do like my little blue hair witch. I think she's very cute. It's a very fun page. So that is the witch. And then we have this one here. So this one uses acrylic paint in the background with Deco Art Enchanted Shimmer. No, this is Winsor & Newton Iridescent Medium. And Polychromos pencils for shading with some paint pens as well. Yeah, that paint background was really fun. Really enjoy painting when I do pull out the paints. Ooh, okay, maybe have to recount. Ink tints for the background, and then Polychromos stickles, Posca paint pan. Okay, I thought that was 5, and then we had this one, so maybe I've done 6 in here. 1, 2, 3. I know, maybe I just miscounted. 4, 5. Okay, yep, no, just me miscounting. Always hopeful that I've done more in a book than I have done in a book. Okay, cool. that's A Million Magical Creatures. A Million Mermaids. We should have 3 in here. So I know one of them is the big double where I did lots of experimenting. This one here. So it's just playing around with different ways to use watercolor, and you can see here my green, yellow, red with blue shading experiment and how much I enjoyed that. I was experimenting with different colors of it, so like the red doesn't really work, and I think that one was green, but I really liked the blue. And so yeah, I used watercolors to shade all the elements, except for the hair. I used just a pink Posca pen to outline the hair. And then I decided to go over all the hair with a cheap glitter paint, which did slightly tint with the paint pen, but also because it had a slight pink tint to it already because it's pink glitter. So not that you can particularly see it because it's a cheap glitter paint, and I think most of the glitter is kind of worn away. But I know it's here. So yeah, just a bit of experiment page. Again, not my favourite thing in the world I've ever coloured, but I experimented. I learned a really great technique by doing it, which I then took to a page that I absolutely love because of experimenting in here. So that's a fun part about it. And then there should be one more page. There they are. My seals. So this one does use, I think it's the Colourist water-soluble pencils with polychromos on the seals, and then lots of paint pens as well. I actually did this one on a bus. Not the background. The background I did later on, but the actual colouring of the seals and all the paint pens and stuff I did on the bus. So yeah, I just decided to do rainbow seals, and it's cute, and it kept me entertained and distracted on a bus because I'm not the best traveller. So that's A Million Mermaids. And then we have A Million Sea Creatures, and we should have 10 done in here. I just saw a really cool jellyfish page. Sorry. Oh, that's cool. I love sea creatures. And we're starting with one that features not sea creatures, but birds that are near the sea, I guess. I don't know. This one's cool though. So this one uses Crayola Super Tips as watercolor with Posca pens for highlight, and then I used acrylic paint to just block out the background, which I think really makes it pop as well. And this page here, so again we use Crayola Super Tips as watercolor with a little bit of paint pen, and there's also some stickles on the bubble. I want to be this octopus. I want to be able to, you know, be reading a book and knitting 2 separate things while also babysitting as well. But I want to be doing other things as well. I just love how many things this octopus is doing at the same time. And then we have this one here. So again, this one uses Crayola Super Tips as watercolor. A little bit of stickles on the bubbles, and I did outline everything with a paint pen. There's some Liquitex gold acrylic ink as well for some gold elements on the page. And then we have this one here. It is again Crayola Super Tips as watercolor. Liquitex gold acrylic ink and stickles for all the bubbles. Don't think I did do a little bit of paint pen highlight. I do really like this one. Really like the background and the fade out. We have the lighthouse. This has been done with Crayola Super Tips as watercolor and Posca paint pens. There is a very cheap glitter paint that I put on the shell, the pattern here, because I really liked how the whale, I just liked the black and white. I thought it was really cool, a really cool contrast against the rest of it. So, but it felt unfinished, so that's why I was like, I'll put a layer of glitter over it, and then it looks like it's been left white on purpose. we have this double here. Both pages have been done with Crayola Super Tips' watercolor. There's definitely a theme in this book. Lots of stickles as well, and some Bosco paint pens. A little bit of like a glitter gel pen on there as well. Again, really like the way that the background's done here. And this is just fun. We have this Merm here. Again, Crayola Super Tips is watercolor. A little bit of paint pen for highlights and stickles. This one I did accidentally bump one as it was drying. So there's a little bit of stickle smear up, and that's okay. And then not done with Crayola Super Tips is watercolor. This one uses Crayola Super Tips. They are watercolor Super Tips here as well, but then a ton of paint pens, and I went over the background here with acrylic paint that I then applied lots of different shimmer sprays to, so that's all bubbly and sparkly. Yeah, I like that. I think that looks really cool, and even though it's on top of acrylic paint, the terrible navy still did its bleed through, so that's fun cleanup for another day. Yeah, that is all I've done in A Million Sea Creatures, so that should be 10 pages. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Perfect. Right. A Million Sweet Things. This one's so cute. And I should have done 5 in here. Perfect. Here's the first one. This one is, once again, Crayola Super Tips' watercolor. I also used some paint pen to highlight, and I used a cheap glitter gel paint on the roof here, which did kind of speckle the roof a little bit, but to me it kind of reads as, you know, when like a canvas awning has been outside for a long time and it gets a bit of weathering. That's what it kind of reminds me of. So I'm just telling myself that that's all that is going on here. It's just some weathering on the awning. But yeah, love. So cute. Really wanted to keep that sort of cohesive mint pink palette. Alright, this big double page spread. It is Crayola Super Tips. It is watercolor. The houses in particular are done entirely with the colors of the world set, so lots of neutral browns, and I did that on purpose because I wanted to have lots of color for these guys, and then the houses all neutral. But because I did the clouds pink, it kind of looks like it's a chocolate village with candy floss clouds, which honestly I vibe with. I think that's so cool. It's like, I didn't mean to make a candy village, but also I can get behind this. And then yeah, lots of paint pen highlights, and then for the fireworks in the background, that is all Poscas in different colors, and then matching glitter glues to make the New Year's fireworks. I did this one for New Year's Day. It felt like a very appropriate New Year's Day sort of page. Alright, and then I think we have the page. So this one was one of those, it kept on going wrong and we kept on pushing through. So it started with me having a silly decision to try and colour after quite a few glasses of wine. And for some reason I decided to base this entire page with ink tints in like bright purples and blues. And the paper didn't take to it too well, but also I just based over everything. I didn't work around characters or anything. I just did it all purple and blue. And I was like, when I came back to it the next day, I was like, well, that was really silly of me, because this paper goes speckly with watercolor, so you can see under the pencil where it would be. But I was like, okay, I'll keep on working on it. So then I pulled out the terrible gouache, and I used that to go over the waves, and I decided to paint in all the waves, and I was loving how it was looking. They were looking beautiful. There was dimension. There was lots of blending. I was like, this is so cool. I love how I've managed to fix it. I think we're going to save the page. But then being me, I was like, you know what this water could deal with? Glitter. So I pulled out some glitter gel paints that I have, in a cheap glitter gel paint at that. Forgetting, of course, the fact that gouache can be reactivated and glitter gel paint is primarily water-based. So I went to start applying the glitter and lost all my blending on the gouache because it reactivated. It's like, God damn it. So I did my best to like get the glitter on the page without disturbing it, but it definitely lost all its beautiful blending and it lost a lot of the definition. So I was like, okay, I'll come in with paint pens and go around the edges and define it. And then I was like, okay, we're just gonna try our best to finish this. So that's when I just grabbed out pencils and just colored in whatever color. I pulled out glitter gel pens to like go over lines and stuff like that. But at this point I was like, this is just gonna be one of those pages where I take lessons from it. So yeah, I'm still glad I finished a page. I'm still glad I pushed through on it, because it was just one of those everything keeps going wrong pages, and we made it through. But yeah, could have been so much more, but that's okay. I think that's the last one. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is correct. 5 pages. So that's A Million Sweet Things. Right, and then we move into the bigger Lulu Mayo books. I have Kawaii Tarot and Lulu's House of Wonder. Each of these has just the one page in it. And so the one page I have in here is the Four of Wands, which was actually a buddy with the beautiful Jess of Colouring Bumblebee, who has done so much work in this book. Her flip-throughs are gorgeous of this book. But yeah, back in the day, we did this one, and I used polychromos pencils to colour everything in, and then a little bit of Liquitex gold acrylic ink to do the border. And I do love very much how it came together. And I keep meaning to come back into this book. I have pulled it a couple of times since then, but yeah, it's had its one page, and so it's like, work on new stuff. But hopefully this year we'll get a bit more into it, because it is gorgeous. So it's Kawaii Tarot. And then we have Lulu's House of Wonder, which is absolutely stunning and a beautiful, beautiful book. And again, I've just done the one, but this is a newer book to me. I only got it in October of 2025. So we did do the one page in here, which is this one here. So this one uses Inktense, and I was really trying to colour with just the Inktense again. There is Mod Podge sparkle on the wings and the bee wings, and there's a little bit of super golden marker for her hair as well, because it's kind of imagining, you know, magical fairy merm, so maybe she has tinsel hair or something like that. And yeah, no background or anything, but I quite liked it just as is. I thought it was quite cute. And yeah, I've seen a lot of people do some really lovely things in here, so I'd like to get in here and do a little bit more in here one day soon. Lulu's House of Wonder. Okay, and then the other illustrator that lives on the shelf is, of course, Rita Berman. And I don't have all of Rita Berman's books, but I have quite a few, and I feel very blessed to have the books that I do have, because they are very difficult to get to New Zealand. So thank you so much to everyone who has helped me get the Rita Berman books, because I appreciate it more than I can explain. I freaking love her work. So I'm not going to try and pronounce the German, because I can't. I'm going to butcher it. I believe this is the Under the Microscope Earth. I don't know. I believe that's what it translates to. It's the land book. And I have only just done the one in here, which is this one here. So this one was done post-surgery when I was recovering and a little loopy, to be perfectly honest. And so I just had Neocolor 2s and Super Golden markers in bed with me. I probably should have done another coat of Neocolor 2s to really build up that colour, but, you know, it's fun. It's fun. I will like to translate those colours across to here eventually, when I do get in here to do a more intensive book page. You will see this with a couple of them, They were ones that I just had beside me because they're good small books. And again, just did some really simple colouring in them for post-surgery. So I believe this one is also one where I have a post-surgery page. Yes, it is. Though it's a little bit more complicated. We're just going to take the books out of order. Mein Reich Durch Africa. I know this is definitely a post-surgery page. So yeah, again, it's just Neocolor 2s and Super Golden markers. Really simple, but I actually really like this one. I think this one turned out really cool. And then done in that, and yeah, so this one was another post-surgery. So again, Neocolor 2s and Super Golden markers. I did also use the Glaze black pen as well in here. But yeah, once again, a simpler page, but you know, I'm recovering from surgery. So yeah, this is the Seasons book. It's all 4 of the Seasons books combined into one. Then we have the My Journey Through Africa, and then the Land Under the Microscope, all with one in it. Me just completely taking the books out of order. And then we have Asia, Europa, and Under the Microscope Water. So in right, I'm clicking all the wrong things. So in Asia we have done Free. I love this one. Ironically, I've worked more in Europa, but I think it's because I love the Asia books so much. It's like I wanted to make sure I knew how to approach these pages, so I tended to go for Europa first. I've done this double page spread here, which I still love the spread oh so much. So it is entirely done with Prismacolors, except for a little bit of Inktense in the back. And then there is glitter gel pens and metallic gel pens worked on top as well. And each of these Kokeshi dolls I did as if it was a fruit. So we have kiwi fruit, blackberry, lemon, dragon fruit, watermelon, mango, and blueberry. And then all the accessories they are holding are actually another doll's color scheme. So for example, kiwi fruit is holding dragon fruit's fan and watermelon's umbrella. Blackberry, no, boysenberry. Yeah, depends on where you are. Boysenberries are more common than blackberries here in Aotearoa. So boysenberry for me, but it's also blackberry colours. But yeah, it's holding blueberry's purse, and like lemon has blueberry's umbrella. Dragon fruit has blackberry's purse, and watermelon has blackberry's box and these blackberries fan, like mixing it up that way. So that was really fun too, like a really cool little way to tile the colours across. And yeah, when we finished this one, I was just so pleased with it. I absolutely love it. It's still one of my favourite Rita Bermans I've ever done. And then we've got this one here. So this one uses Pablo coloured pencils. With that one's got some of the Deco Art Super Fine glitter on our black cat, because he's our magical train conductor. We decided that. We were doing this one on chat in stream, and yeah, we decided the cat was the conductor. So of course, magical black cat. Stickles on this one, and I did use an iridescent purple brush pen. It just kind of stopped here and it felt a bit empty, so I decided just to fill that in with purple just to sort of extend it out a bit. It felt empty. It needed to carry on. And I did block out the name that was originally here of the, I think it's the Siberian Express or something, and I changed it to the Glitter Express because of course I did. Love it though. Yeah, unfortunately did get some bleed through on that one, especially from the purple, so that's going to be fun. But that's the 3 pages I have done in my journey through Asia. And I have my journey through Europa, or Europe, and as I said, I have done a little bit more in here. I've done 6, because I still love this one, and because I got Europa and Asia around the same time. I love the 2 of them, but Asia I love just a little bit more, so this one I felt more comfortable approaching at first while I got used to working in these books. So there's a few more in this one, but I still really love this one too. Like, I'm talking like 8.9 versus 9. Like, so minimal difference. Yeah. There'd be 10s if I could access them easier here in Aotearoa. You think I can try and get the circus new book here? Yeah. Anyway, this one here uses Inktense for the background, Pablo coloured pencils, lots of Mod Podge sparkle, and a bunch of metallic gel pens. Lots and lots of fun. Yeah, I find her work so fun to colour. Just feels fun. You just have fun. It's good to just have a fun book. This one here was an absolute labour of love. I picked away at it for quite a while. There's also quite a bit in it in terms of the colours. I know there was polychromos, but there was also some Faber-Castell pastel pencils that were like student grade pencils. I think there was also some other student grade pencils I was experimenting with. There's stickles, there's various paint pens and metallic gel pens. Yeah, I'm just going in and trying to make things colourful and bright and happy, and I love how it looks in the end. Took a while to come together, but I love it. Then we have this one here. So this one I used Inktense for the colouring all of that, and then I used some pencils to shade on top, a little bit of paint pens and stickles. And in here, this is also Inktense, but with lots of the white Inktense pencil, which is not something I use a lot, but I really wanted to also like slightly opaque out the lines here. And I didn't write down my colors, but I was thinking originally it would be cool to translate that across, but I've gone really quite neutral in here, and this is very bright and rainbow, so I don't know if I'll translate it across originally entirely, because this is this, but we'll see. I feel like I've missed one. There's one page specifically I feel like I've missed, but there's also this one. This is Neocolor 2s in the background with lots of gold metallic gel pen and Pablo coloured pencils to shade a bunch of the Inktense on here. Actually, no, this is Inktense, sorry, not Neocolor 2s, it's Inktense. And then there was like this quite fiddly design here that I just, in all honesty, couldn't be bothered colouring and didn't really want to colour, and I thought this tape would just be cute to chuck in there. And then where's the window one? There's one where at the window. Yeah, here. I knew I was missing one. This spread here, because this is another one where one of my Inktense pencils, the Payne's Grey, the nib broke off and I was using up the Payne's Grey in the background. But the rest of it is all Pablo coloured pencils, and then a little bit of gold metallic gel pen, and of course Mod Podge sparkle. And yeah, I did do the same colour palette across both of these, just switched up the flowers. So that's the more pink side, and then that's the more blue, yellow, and pink for the door. And I love this double page spread. It makes me so happy. I think it looks so good with the colours across both pages. So yeah, that should be 6 pages in here done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Perfect. And then the last Rita Berman I have is Under the Microscope Water, the water book. And I have done 10 pages in here. I've done a little bit. I did have a run of just working in here at the start. I just worked from the front and carried on forward. But I'll start with the first page in here, which is this one, which was another post-surgery in bed one where I just used Neocolor 2s and then Super Golden markers. So that one's really straightforward. Just not a lot to it, but again, it was great post-surgery. And then we go to the start here. So I just had a run of working in this book front to back. So at the front we have some sort of ink with iridescent watercolor, and then Pablo coloured pencils and a little bit of Mod Podge sparkle. Just a little bit in the centre there. Very cute. And then obviously I don't worry about that because there's nothing there. And then we have the title page with the zoom in of the octopus. So again, I have watercolor and ink and iridescent yeah, so watercolor, iridescent watercolor here, Pablo colored pencils, a little bit of a metallic gel pen, or no, that's super golden. And then we have this spread here. So I decided there wasn't anything here, and this wasn't a page to color, but it did have a lot of bleed through, and I decided I just wanted to put something here to fill in the space. So I grabbed in a piece of scrapbooking paper that had sort of like water, and I had this card making Christmas set that had these really cute little wintry animals. So I just cut them out and then added in a couple of jellyfish stickers, covered the whole thing in Mod Podge sparkle so that everything would be sealed down, and boom, that's that page here. So yeah, kind of like that. We've got like a little bit of Arctic water represented there. Helps with any of the bleed through, and it's just a fun page to add to that. And we have this one here. This one uses Pablo colored pencils with super golden markers and iridescent brush markers as well. Then we have the big double page spread here. So this one uses watercolor. This is Ganzai Tambi that has been used in the background for iridescent watercolor. And then I used actual watercolors to shade all the objects with super golden markers to do some little fun shiny details. And of course, Mod Podge Extreme Glitter for anywhere where there's glass. And we have this big double page spread here. So this one uses Ganzai Tambi watercolor with iridescent watercolor. And then polychromos pencils, really trying to focus on using lots and lots of different colors in here. And then there are some glitter gel pens and metallic gel pens as well for like bubbles and details and stuff like that. And I just started on one side and worked my way across, and very much when I was getting to the end of this, I was like, I am so done on this spread, but I am also done on my run. So yeah, that's my 10 pages. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9. There should be one more. Do, 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 do. One, definitely one there. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. Update the list. This is why we do stock take. Cool. So that is Rita Berman and the entirety of the E1 shelf. Okay, we are back, and now we're going to go through D3, which has my kids books, my Kiwiana books, and my PDF books all mixed together because fun. So we'll start with the kids books. Now I had a really big collection of these last year, and I chose to actually unhaul the majority of these at the end of 2025 because I tended to colour more in my cute and cozy books. A lot of the kids books that I had were Shutterstock art, and it's like I had cute and cozy books. There was no reason for me to keep these books as well. I do have a couple of kids books that I have kept. First off is the Disney Stained Glass colouring book. I have volume 1 and volume 2. Volume 2 is pretty easy to show because I've only done the one in here, which is the Little Mermaid page. Now these are simple colouring books for me. When I colour in these books, I'll talk about it as I flip through volume 1 because we have oh sorry, losing my voice. We have 28 pages in here. So when I colour in these books, I tend to just use water-based markers, and I'm just colouring each of the little squares as is. and it's just simple flat coloring. It's a brainless coloring activity for me. I really enjoy it. This is what was my sort of cozy coloring before I had cozy coloring books, which is why there's quite a bit done in this book here. So yeah, it's not about putting in shading or making it look like stained glass. I know there are vitriol, I think is the French version of this book, and I know a few people have got it and they do glorious things with the stained glass effect, but for me, I just keep this as a easy, cozy, you can see the sort of bleed through from the water-based markers is what it is. So I have done a bit in here. Again, it's all with water-based markers, primarily Crayola Super Tips. It's easy to just grab a set, go to bed, grab this book, work away. And I do try to, like, when I'm doing a section, work 2 or 3 colours into the section, so it's a little bit more interesting than just, you know, one colour the whole way through. But, yeah. So yeah, when I saw volume 2 of this, I did grab that straight away because I knew how much I had done in volume 1, even though, admittedly, I have not worked at this in quite a while. Actually, no, I lie. I did do one in February in here, in 2025, so maybe that's February, so maybe I did a fairies page in here. But yeah, it's a really neat book. I brought it at the warehouse years ago, and it served me really well. Yeah, I have a feeling I did that one actually. Tiana. Ariel. Winnie the Pooh. Yeah, so time to count. 28. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. Cool. So that's all my pages in the Disney Stained Glass, volumes 1 and 2. Alright, we had a little visit from Nibbling. The next book that I have to show is the Princess colouring book. I have had my camera bumped. So sorry about that. Alright, so this one was actually a surprise find when I was just browsing through the bookstore locally. I was like, oh, this one's really cute, and it was only a couple of dollars. And I was like, oh, very cute. And I was surprised because all the people were the same sort of illustration style. So I was like, oh, I wonder if this does actually have a specific artist. So I went and looked on the back, and it's actually illustrated by Fabiana Attanasio, who of course is a lovely mythographic artist. So I grabbed this book so fast because I was like, that is adorable. I think I paid like $6 for it or something. It is absolutely horrendously thin paper, but it is single-sided, so you know, and it's so cute. So I've just done the first page here, and I've just used some alcohol markers, a little bit of stickles to do some details, and just very, very simple. I didn't colour in the sky. I did originally plan to just use some like watercolour and go around the sky, but honestly it buckled just from the wetness of my alcohol markers. So I was like, maybe we won't try that one. So yeah, it would be interesting to colour another page in here, but definitely can't really layer too many layers of the alcohol markers because this paper is just awfully thin. But it's so cute, I had to get it. So that is the Princess colouring book. And then I have my Barbie and Monster High colouring books. So in the Barbie colouring book, I have done 2. I have done this little baking Barbie here with alcohol markers, some polychromos pencils, and some paint pens. And so this one did bleed through, but I'm not going to colour that page. So that's kind of how I approach this book, is some pages are double-sided and I wouldn't want them to bleed through, and some of them I don't really care if it bleeds through because there's a lot of like text or activity, or like honestly that first page I couldn't care less about. So yeah, so some of these, if it bleeds through, it's not the end of the world. But then sometimes, like here, I did sacrifice that one on its own because it's like I really like this group shot, so I coloured that one with alcohol markers, pencils on top. I didn't know the like specific colorways for each person, so I just did rainbow because that's fun. And when I did it, I realized later on that that hand is technically belonging to him. It's his hand. It looked like to me she was like reaching out and waving, but it's actually him sticking his arm up to wave. But that's fine. And then I also coloured in this like it was a sleeve under a t-shirt before realizing, oh no, actually it's not. So she's got some random long gloves on, but hey, it's still cool. I like the colours, like the rainbow colours. I think that's fun. I did keep Barbie pink because I thought that was appropriate. So yeah, that's so like I would colour that side and not worry about that side bleeding through. Yeah, just yeah. So it's a Barbie Ultimate Colouring Book, and then I have the Monster High Ultimate Activity Book, and so it's the same deal in here where some of these pages, like these cool, like they have the colouring, but then like these also activities. So yeah, that page here is entirely a waste. So yeah, we have this picture of Frankie that is on this other half of Laguna Blue, and I don't know if I would really care too much with that side. I just like that side, so yeah. So like obviously that page bleeding into that, I don't really care. Like I'll just colour Claudine, or that might actually be Howleen, like that. So yeah, I've just done the one in here. I've done Laguna Blue, who I love sea creatures, so of course Laguna. And I did colour her in her G3 design. I think I like original Laguna best, but I think G3 is fun to colour because there's just so many colourways in it. And yeah, so this is alcohol markers, and then polychromos pencils, and a little bit of stickles, and there's a silver gel pen for the pearls in her hair as well. Yeah, just some simple colouring, but it's very fun. And now they've kind of got him back into Monster High dolls. I'm like, this is why Nibbling was here, because we were looking through these books. And then, I don't know if this is technically kids, but I shove it in the kids section, and that's the Brambley Hedge Festive Colouring Book. I've only done the one page in here, which was the cover page, and to be perfectly honest, I absolutely hate it. Yeah, I normally like shimmer spray in this sort of chaos, but this just doesn't feel right. I wish I just coloured the wreath and left it at that. Yeah, I was trialing different things. This paper is not a friend for anything that might bleed through. As you can see here, absolutely destroyed this page. Now, I was very kindly, there were some people that had this book who scanned through a copy of it for me, so I can replace it to work on, but of course now we've got a completely different colorway. And I didn't even realize how far it bleed across because it is a little bit on here. It's a gorgeous coloring book, but I haven't worked anything in it, and it's because I just hate that first page, and I don't know, to be honest, if I'm going to work in it anyway. I love colouring animals doing people things though, so I do love the Brambley Hedge series. I just, yeah, regrets. And I don't want to be, part of me is like, I could get a second copy and then keep this, and if the bleed through happens again, it's like, well, I've got pages in here and we can like split the book and make, and then I can like have, go wild with the bleed through, you know, like it doesn't matter. But I also, that just kind of feels wasteful. So yeah, I don't know, it just sits on my shelf and we'll decide eventually. Maybe one day I'll just be like, meh, don't care, and get in here and do it. That's Bramley Hedge festive colouring book. And then we move on to my Kiwiana books. Now, there's not many Kiwiana books, but I do have a couple that are specifically Kiwiana. I would love to have more cozy Kiwi could technically go in here as well, but it feels more like a cozy book because not everything is specifically Kiwi. Plus, I cannot find information about the artist of that one. So the first one I have here is my Matariki Colouring and Activity book. This is based on Matariki Around the World, which is a book written by Rangi Matamua and Miriama Kamo. And it is absolutely gorgeous. This was such a beautiful gift that I received in. I was looking for ages to grab it because I saw it at the warehouse and I was like, oh, I should grab that. And then every time I went to go and grab it, it wasn't in stock. And I was like, this is weird. Like, I had it in stock. It's like my warehouse took it away and hid it, and then I couldn't find it. And then they brought it back out closer to Matariki, which I don't know why they put it out, took it away, and then put it back. But yeah, it's like getting really confused because like I can't find it, and I'm sure it's like in stock. But little did I know that I had some beautiful friends that had arranged to buy this book and get it shipped to me when I was staying at a friend's on holiday. And so I keep the beautiful card in there from it. And yeah, so it turned up and I was just so grateful. Especially because I was having such difficulty finding the books. I was like, well, it was meant to be for me to have difficulty finding this book as well. So, yeah. So I have only done the one in here. I am planning for Matariki this year to pull it out again. I was originally going to pull it out again for Matariki in 2025. Unfortunately, I fell unwell, so I wasn't able to pull it out and do my usual Matariki stream. So I just have 2024's Matariki stream. But yeah, in 2026 I do want to get in here and get a few more done. Even if I don't stream it, I want to show this book some more love. So Matariki, for those that aren't aware, is Māori New Year. There's the easiest way to explain it. It is the celebration of the time that has just been, and a time to reflect on what has been, those that have been lost along the way, and then prepare and celebrate for the coming of the new year. And it's when the Matariki star cluster rises, which I believe is the Pleiades star cluster, is when it becomes visible in the sky. So it's sort of midwinter. It changes every year because it depends when that cluster becomes available to see. But yeah, Matariki is when it arrives, and it's to signal the new year. And the cluster of stars are all like figures as well. So one of the stars is also called Matariki, which is the biggest star, and the largest, and it's her job to basically look after all the other stars. And so the one star that I have coloured is Pahudakawa, which is the star that helps guide the spirits of the dead across the night sky. So when I coloured her, I used alcohol markers to base for the whole thing. Again, I didn't worry about the star sugar cookie recipe. It's fine. So alcohol markers to base, and then polychromos pencils to shade. And again, I gave her a very traditional kitty for her outfit and the traditional colours as well. And then the Pahudakawa plants. So these are actual Pahudakawas. We call these New Zealand Christmas trees. They tend to flower right around Christmas. So you get these beautiful green trees with bright red flowers, because of course summer. So Pahudakawas are beautiful flower here as well. So Pahudakawa the star is wearing Pahudakawa the flower. So coloured that all red as well. And then for this design in the background, which is based on traditional Te Reo, Māori designs. Te Reo is the language, sorry. Based on the traditional designs. And there is actually meaning behind the scallops. Not scallops, but you know, the designs in the swirls. But I don't know enough about it to know what it actually means. But I do know there is meaning behind all of these. But I thought it would be really nice to do shades of blue and purple and navy, like it is the night sky, where we've got the waka moving across the night sky as the spirits are guided, and then just Mod Podge Extreme Glitter, so it'd be like a glittery starry night sky. And you can see Pahudakawa guiding that waka for the spirits of those that are gone across the night sky. So yeah, I really love that page, and I really love this book as well, and I really do want to get in here and get a few more done this year, and you know, just really really show it some love. There's some gorgeous illustrations. I think I would really want to colour Matariki as well, because she's really gorgeous as well, and I love the fact that it looks like she's performing a popuri, like a welcoming karakia to you as you go through the book. It looks to me that's what she's doing. She's doing a cry to welcome you in, which is something that was traditionally done by the woman as you arrived on the pa to welcome you into the pa. So yeah, I think that's the next one I want to colour, and I love the fact her hair turns into the night sky. She's got stars in her hair, and love it, love it, love it, love it. So yeah, that's my Matariki colouring and activity book with illustrations by Isabel Joy Te Araho White. And then we have Rio Pepe bilingual colouring book. This is by Kitty Brown and Kristen Parkinson. And so this one, has stickers, which we love stickers, but this features a lot of local Kiwiana birds and creatures. So you can see the beautiful tui birds, which are some of my favourite. You can see the funny pukeko birds with their weird long legs and the tiny little fantails, and the dolphin. Yeah, you can see the iguanas, the eels, like lots of different New Zealand creatures, and this goes into a bit about all the creatures about it, but it also has everything in both English and te reo. So ko tui ahu, I am tui, kete waiata ahu, I am singing. So that is a tui that is singing. So yeah, and love, sorry, thing with buzzing there. Absolutely love the fact it's got the te reo as well, which I think is very cool. And so I did this page here. So I was trying to experiment with some gouache paint. Wasn't the most successful at it, but I am pleased with what I did. Would look a lot better if I frame it up, but that's the story of my life. So this one is featuring the New Zealand dolphin and of course little fantail, and we have the Pahutakawa flowers again. It's a very common iconography here. Pahutakawa flowers and kowhai flowers, which are yellow flowers. They're beautiful. And so I used gouache paint watered down to do the background. Realized very quickly this paper hates water, so my original plan of also doing sort of like in the distance some hills and some trees with the watercolor went out the window because I realized I would not be able to layer water on here. So I used the gouache paints more thickly and did the front elements, which did work well. So less water worked great. It was just the background. I was not a fan of it. And then because I couldn't build up the tones in the water I wanted, I went over that with an iridescent brush marker, which is super fun because it made iridescent water. And that's how we got this page. And so yeah, that is the Rio Pepe bilingual colouring book. And then the final Kiwiana book I have is the New Zealand A to Z All Ages Amazing Alphabetical Alliterations Colouring In book by Robert Twinane. And oh boy, there is a YouTube video on my channel where I flip through this book, and it is the most tongue twistery book challenge. Like trying to go through and read all of these out, I am dying laughing doing it, but my gosh, was it hard to do. It is a mouthful. And so every image, so obviously this is A, also features something that is got the previous two letters, so a Z and a B. So for example, this satellite here is also a B. And then Z could just be Zealand for New Zealand, but it's probably something else. But yeah, it features an item that was also, it's mostly all like B stuff or C stuff or D stuff or E stuff. It's a really neat colouring book. It's hilariously difficult to read out, and it's really cool images as well. Now I have not coloured in it yet. It's just one that has sat on my shelf unworked, but I actually really like having it. Like, it's just a cool book. I do want to try and find more more Kiwiana colouring books and feature them on the channel and see what I can find out there. But yeah, really like that one. So it's the Amazing Alphabetical Alliterations colouring book. Okay, and now we get into PDF books. They are quite a few of them, and yeah. So I used to have a lot more PDF books, but I did choose to unhaul some. I actually passed them on to a kids after school colouring club type situation, so they're having great fun colouring all the pages. I still own the PDF books, so I can print them out again. I just decided these ones I weren't gravitating to, and I would rather print out the individual pages and colour those as I felt the need to. But yeah, the actual folders upon folders, just, yeah, I'm very bad at remembering to go to my PDF books apart from one. So having less of them is actually making it a bit easier for me to overwhelm. So the first one that I have here is a Lana Green PDF book. So this isn't actually like an official book. What this is a bunch of Lana Green's free PDFs, as well as for a while there I was in her Patreon and getting some Patreon ones as well. So I called it a book, and if I get any more PDFs, for example, I can update the book with those PDFs and just update the book count. But that is what I am doing for a couple of artists where I have quite a few of their PDFs, and that way I can also put it on my tracker, which reminds me to colour in this book and look at this as a book more often rather than a collection of PDFs. So if that is something that you find that you have PDFs that you never access and you've got a lot by one artist, put it in a file and track it as if it was one of your colouring books and just call it something. So I just called this one Portraits. And yeah, I have done two in here. So the first one I have is this one here, and I have used Liquitex acrylic inks to colour the whole page. I then used some shimmer spray to add that gold shimmer over it as well. There's a little bit of Posca paint pens for some highlights on like the water droplets and her eyes and lips. And then I did use glossy accents as well on her eyes and lips to make them really shiny. And I love how this one turned out. It's really, again, pleased with how much shading I managed to do with just the inks, because watercolour's not my strong suit, but I was really trying to play with building up shadow and tone in it. I can do a lot of like random splatter, abstract watercolour and inks and stuff like that, but actual shading, witchcraft. And then the other one that I have done in here is this one at the back. This is one of Lana Green's freebies. So you'll see these actually an uncoloured version underneath because I printed out a backup copy just in case. And this is Birthday Girl, one of her freebies. And so I have based it with alcohol markers, coloured it with polychromos pencils, and a little bit of Posca for highlights, and iridescent watercolour paint, which I layered on thick in the background. And I love how she turned out so much. I love my little rainbow girl. We did this for my birthday in 2025, and I did colour the hair specifically to be my rainbow hair that I used to have. So yeah, lots of rainbows, lots of fun, and absolutely loved colouring that one. I love colouring portraiture, so it took me back to my art day roots. So that is my Lana Green folder. Again, I also upcycle whatever random folders I can find, so some of my folders look pretty rough. Alright, I have this here. So this isn't tracked per se on my spreadsheet, but this is where I keep sort of random loose PDFs that I have coloured. This is a little sticker design by my friend Pingy. This is by another friend of mine, Haunted the Sandwich, colouring their line works. This is a Clara Markova freebie, where I was just like, how much glitter can I do on the page? Yeah, I love how sparkly that one is. That's actually an original I drew for something. It does relate to colouring because it is technically a colouring page as well. And then this is a Morgan O'Brien Mousy, also a freebie, and Malpamini Chatsapanagatu freebie. And this is also where I was keeping the Jen Racine freebie that I'd put into her actual Astrology Cats colouring book. And then I was also keeping in here. However, I've just recently turned this into a book, so this is not currently on my list as of 2026, as of Jan 1st, 2026. But since then, I have decided to make a book for this artist. So this was just sitting loose in the PDF folder. However, this is my dear friend Pencil Butter. I adore her line work. And I haven't got all the line work in here because I have some more pages around. But I have her witch page, which I still love so much how I coloured this one. It is based with alcohol markers, coloured in with Prismacolor, and then Stickles glitter glue on the background. And yeah, once again, the story of Amy. It needs bordering. But I love how that came together. And then I have these two pages. Now you may recognize these eyes. These are actually bookmarks as well. I've printed this double size and made them into bookmarks. So you may recognize that from my bookmark collection. And then these two pages here, because I have a angel and a succubus. I just don't know where those are right now. But I have those printed, so they're going to slot in here. And then I have these two little mini prints that I have coloured. These were this first Snow Bunny one. I do a lot of pinks apparently. The little Snow Bunny one here, that was one of my first attempts to do here with alcohol marker. So yeah, it's all based with alcohol marker, a little bit of pencil, and there's some glitter on top. And distress ink for colouring in that sky. And then over here for this one, I used alcohol markers to base, polychromos pencils to shade, Stickles glitter glue, and iridescent medium for the background. I think this one might actually be a YouTube video as well from back in the day. And then there's also a couple more. I can't remember if I've got a copy of them or not, but I know she did put up a couple recently in her store. So I will be grabbing a copy of those, and I know she is working on some new ones, including a gorgeous strawberry deal page, and when she releases those I will grab those. So because there is quite a few pages already, plus there's more coming for Pencil Butter, I'm like, yeah, I'm just going to make her a folder, and that way I will track it like a book, and I will actually remember and colour in, because this one I've been meaning to colour in for years, and I just forget every time because it's not a book on my shelf. So yeah, decided I was making Pencil Butter into a book. So yeah, that is my Pencil Butter PDF book. Okay, the next one I have here is Animal Adventurers. This is by Nicole Gustafson, also known as Nina Sprout. And this one we have 2, apparently. I think that's wrong. I think I have 3 done in here. I think we need to update this, but we'll double check as we go through it. So I have this page here. I just love how they all are the adventurers, the animals, but they're also D&D adventurers. Like, I just love that. See, I really wanted to create this sort of galaxy cloak inside like regular traveling clothes, so you know, it can be stealthy, but also magical cloak, and you could turn it inside out and be a magical wizard. So this one uses ink tints, a whole bunch of glitter pens, and a little bit of polychromos pencils for shading. And then, yeah, I've definitely done 3 in here because I did 2 during Mermaid. So we have the otter. And this one uses watercolor with iridescent watercolor in the background, and polychromos pencils to shade the otter. Very shimmery. I did a whole bunch of this sort of style in May, where I based the water with a random watercolor color and shimmer watercolor, and then just came in with polychromos. and coloured on top, which is why I know I've actually done Free in here, because I also did the Blowfish at the same time in the same style. So this is why we need to update it to Free. So yeah, this one I did Pinky Purple Water, which is fun. So yeah, watercolor plus iridescent watercolor, polychromos pencils, and this one also uses some Posca paint pen for all the bubbles. Yeah, that is the 3 pages I have done in Animal Adventures, and I will update that to now say Free. Okay. I have Winged Magic by Selena Fennick. This one has 1 page missing because it printed faulty, so I have a reprint that I will remember to do eventually. But I have done this 1 page, and I think this one's not too bad in terms of reflex, so I think we'll be good to just hold it like this. I love this page with the black kitties. So it is alcohol markers and then polychromos pencils to shade it all in. I used a little bit of white paint pen to go over the gold to add in the highlights, and then Mod Podge Extreme Glitter to go on the wings to make it sparkle. And then I cut out the background behind it and stuck in a piece of card to create that background. So yeah, I really do like how that came together. Sorry, we had the nibbling appear again. We're babysitting as I'm recording this. Which means the camera gets knocked. Alright, the next one I have here is Retro Deco by Carla Magana. And I have done where are you on my list? There you are, 2, and that's easy because it's the first 2 pages. Again, I'm not going to take them out. Yeah, I can't take out every single page because you'll see coming up. Oh, that one's actually a little stuck. It'll be the Mod Podge. All right, there we go. So both of these use the same things. It's alcohol markers, paint pens, and then glitter glue to decorate the page. It is kind of fun to just come in here and randomly do some. They are quite good little mindless colouring. Yeah, this one, you can see again my marker was dying, so I had to switch halfway through, but it works. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, so that is what I have done for those 2 pages in Retro Deco by Carla Magana. That is the only Carla Magana that I own. And then in here I have Herb Leonard's Holiday Magic. This was another one that I was going to pull out in December, and then December burnout meant I did not get there. So yeah, this isn't all my PDF books either, because if you've seen my Colouring Heaven collection, you'll note that there's also quite a few PDFs in my Colouring Heaven collection, but they live with the Colouring Heavens, so I have more PDF books than just listed here. Plus these are all the ones that I have not printed. But I have done this one, and this one was done with water-based markers and a silver metallic and gold metallic gel pen. And I just wanted to use as much colour as possible and just have fun with getting all the colours in, and yeah, just have fun with the page. With the troublesome little fairies technically pushing the paint off the shelf and getting the little elves in trouble. Yeah, very, very cute. I still really love how this page turned out. And yeah, water-based markers. So yeah, I did not get to any others in this book, and it's absolutely gorgeous, so I really do want to get back in here. I think most of these do feel very Christmassy, so it feels, I suppose that's more wintry, but yeah, definitely very Christmassy for a lot of this, so I definitely going to be one for the Christmas season. So yeah, that is Herb Leonard's Holiday Magic. And then I have Fantasy Nouveau by Herb Leonard. And this one has 2 done in here. So I have this one here. Now this one is actually a double-sided book, in a double-sided page in his regular books, and I didn't realize when I did this as a buddy with somebody, I didn't realize I was choosing a double, because of course mine is all just 1 page, so also means mine's really, really tiny, which makes it quite difficult for some of the details, but I do love how it came together. So it's all based with alcohol markers, and then I did use fine liners for all the little people because it's so rough. But I love the fact that they're just playing Dungeons and Dragons. Essentially, it's like they're basically playing Dungeons and Dragons with these two little characters, all the little characters. So cool. And then on top of the alcohol markers, I use polychromos pencils as well as paint pens and some metallic gel pens for the border. And again, my blue was dying, so I used peach alcohol markers to shade the whole thing. And I like how it came together. And then the other one that I have done in here is a little dragon moon. I will pull this one out. Maybe. Oh, I feel like I'm going to sneeze again. Sorry. So I've done this one here. So again, this is alcohol marker, polychromos pencils, and paint pens, metallic gel pens, and a whole bunch of Mod Podge on the background for the water to make that all shimmery. I even bordered this one. And yeah, I do really like how this came together. I love my little fairy merm. I think she's very cool. So yeah, that is all the pages I have done in Fantasy Nouveau. And then we're into Morgan O'Brien. So I have Matchstick Mouse Winter. Yeah, Matchstick Mouse Winter. And I've just done the one in here, which is this cute little page. Very simple alcohol markers, gel pens, a little bit of stickles, a little bit of paint pen to add some highlights into the eyes. Yeah, I do really like Matchstick Mouse. I think it's a very cute series, but I don't gravitate towards it because if I'm grabbing out Morgan O'Brien, I'm working in any day, which is why I don't have a lot of Matchstick Mouse. I do have Matchstick Mouse A Big Adventure, and I had to get this one because there is a Kiwi page, which I thought would be the first page I started with, but then for some reason I got inspired to do the koala page. But I really like the koala page, so I'm okay with that. So yeah, again, alcohol markers. I think there's a little bit of Posca, and that's about it. Just shading with alcohol markers. No, I lied. This one does have some Pablo pencils. Yeah, I really like the pink sky on it. I just think the pink sky is really fun. So yeah, this one is Matchstick Mouse going around the world, which is on adventures, which is really cool. And then the big one, the big folder, which if you're familiar with the channel, you've seen this a few times. This is my Any Day. This has both Any Day as well as Any Day Fall and Any Day Winter. Now, Any Day, the original here, is fully completed. This is one of my completed colouring books. It still lives in this folder for now. I do have a completed bookshelf. However, because it fits perfectly in here, I just leave it in here. If Morgan O'Brien releases another Any Day, I will be grabbing that and I will pull out the original Any Day and move that to my completed bookshelf. And I have a set palette for Annie. I keep it cohesive throughout, and I use the same technique to colour all these. So they all are alcohol markers, water-based markers like Crayola Super Tips, watered down as watercolour. And then I will use paint pens to highlight, and then I will use other things like washi tape, stickles, some stickers in some places. So little things to differentiate on the page, but the base is always watercolour from water-based markers and Posca paint pens. So I won't again spend too long, and I'm also not pulling out every single one of these because it'll take forever, but I do have a video where I go through this in detail and talk about it. So for example, this one uses some little gemstones there and washi tapes. This one uses stickers, washi tape. Like, I do play around with lots of different things in here. So yeah, Annie is completely blue in mine. I follow the same colours for Annie the whole way through. They are Super Tips, but I have them marked, so I know that they are the Any Day colours. Because I just really wanted to keep it consistent. I love Any Day so much. This is like, again, Matchstick Mouse is cute, but I freaking love Any Day. Love. So yeah, keep it nice and cohesive. Sorry, apologies for sniffing. I suddenly feel like my nose is on fire. So that is all of Any Day, and then we get into Any Day Full, and I have 2 pages done in here. Yep, so I have this one here. So again, exact same thing. I'm keeping the exact same colors for Annie the whole way through. Even though it's a different book, I'm going to keep the same colors because I think it's fun to keep it consistent. There's that one there. This was actually a buddy this year with Amanda from ALLJ Art. I love how hers turned out. And then we go into winter, where I have 3 completed pages. I would have had more in winter because I had a bunch scheduled for December and I just did not get there. I love a little ice skating Annie there. That's washi tape for her dress again. Yes, I had a buddy with Jess for that one. And I had a couple with Lisbeth as well. Did not get there. It's okay. It happens. This one. That was a buddy with Lisbeth in November. And this one. So yeah, same idea. Again, water-based markers, paint pens. Keep it consistent throughout. This one I think is the only one I used some pencil on because I created that glow. I think that's legit the only page I've used pencil on in this book. These 3 books. So yeah, she's chunky. She's a chunky PDF book, but she's got 3 books in one. I quite like having it all together. So that is my Any Day. And that's all my PDFs. Okay, final stretch now for the final section. We now have my Asian books, which are split across 2 shelves. So we're going to start with the second shelf, A3. Yeah, I don't really have a rhyme or reason why they're split like this. They're just split like this because it fits better. So we'll start with this little one here. So this is Sock Goblin Colouring Book by Man Mul Singh. I'm probably going to butcher some of these names. I do apologise. I have not worked in this yet, but the paper is gorgeous. This is actually based on a web cartoon and the illustrations are divine. Really, really love. Just, it's so pretty. So yeah, do really want to get into here. I love this one. And there's some glorious colour examples at the front too. So yeah, Sock Goblin Colouring Book. I got a few of these recently, so a few of these are uncoloured as of the moment. And then we have this one, which I think is, yes, Hello Forest Friends by Jo Berman. And this one is one where you have the examples on one side and then the images on the other. It is got the 4 seasons in here. I really like the texture as well that they get with the pencil. Like the line work is just really cute. I feel like this will be a really good Inktense one to come in and do. Just really sweet little illustrations. Again, really gorgeous little book. Yet to get into it. It's Hello Forest Friends. And then we have Chia Kai Ida, My Colourful Town Colouring Book. Now this one is technically the English version of it, but it did start off as a it is a Korean colouring book, I believe. So it goes in that section. Even if I have an English variant of it, I will still put it in the same section to keep those, because it's quite a lovely section to go to. The style is very different as well. But yeah, this one's really cool. It follows a girl as she walks around town, does a bunch of different things. I have 1 page done, which is the market, and I turned this one into a Christmas market page, which was really fun to do. So it is Inktense pencils with polychromos pencils for shading, and then a little bit of gold gel pen, and then I use lots of different stickers to add in like little Christmas tree decorations. These are actual stickers as well that I use double-sided tape to stick in place. And it's holding in there. Oh, it's okay. Like this one's gotten a bit damaged. I've gotten a bit moved about, but like I was a bit worried that, you know, with this being here, would get a bunch of damage from it, but we're not doing too badly. Like, it's holding in place. Now, how on earth I'm going to colour this page, I have no idea. That might be only with ink tints and a brush. But yeah, I think it's a really neat town page. Again, I love architecture, so this one's quite cool. That was coloured in by the previous author, owner. I did get this book secondhand, so yeah. If I do find this too much of an issue, I will just remove it, and it is just double-sided tape, which I should be able to lift up because it's on waxy pencil, oily pencil, so it will lift up pretty easily. Or I'll just put, like, I'll just punch out little baubles and then draw in a new line and then like replace it that way. But yeah, I still really like my Christmas summer market page in my colourful town. And then I have the Antique Dollhouse by Yumiko Tezuka. Probably butchering it, sorry. Again, this is the English version, but it was originally a Korean colouring book. It is absolutely stunning. It's just absolutely gorgeous. Like, the examples in here, just so beautiful. Just beautiful vintage colouring. And so I did want to colour this, trying to keep it a little bit more vintagey. That was my attempt at vintage. It's not particularly vintage, but for me it's pretty vintage. But yeah, so this one I used Distress inks on the outside, which by the way did not bleed through at all. Paper is fantastic. Polychromos pencils for shading with Liquitex gold acrylic ink to colour in the lantern. Yeah, absolutely love. I love the little dolls in here as well. Like, this whole thing is just, oh yeah. And it's another one that, because the page was done in it, it went on the shelf and I haven't pulled it out since, and I should have, because oh my god, that one is gorgeous. Yeah, it's a gorgeous, gorgeous book, and I really want to do some more in here. There's also some little foldables at the back here, so you can build a little scene and stuff too. So it's super, super cute. So it's Antique Dollhouse colouring. Then I have Kuma Country colouring book by Chip. This one, again, have not coloured in it, but freaking gorgeous. There are some examples here of the colorways and the things that these people do with water-soluble medium. Like, that is absolutely stunning. But I've been feeling really quite confident in ink tints, and using ink tints as watercolor in my inks. Watercolor itself, it's hard to explain because they do operate differently. I feel like ink just kind of settles a bit differently, but there's something about using the Liquitex acrylic inks that I really love. And so I'm kind of thinking that rather than trying to do it in watercolor, which I don't feel as confident in, plus don't have as nice quality, I have ink tints and I have Liquitex acrylic inks. And I think I'm going to try and actually paint one of these pages, because they're stunning and I just love the way that they've illustrated them. So I really want to kind of replicate that look. And that means I can also pull up an example to kind of follow along with as well. So yeah, that's one of my challenges for this year, hopefully. If I get in the mood. If I don't get in the mood, I don't get in the mood. Chip's Country colouring book. Kuma Country colouring book by Chip, sorry. And then we have, I think this is Hello Seasons? 4 Seasons by Young Lee, who is also known as Green Ivy. And again, this is very much giving me Eriy vibes. So cute. Also comes with coloured lines over here too. So it's not just black and white, there is colours here, which is quite neat as well. So yeah, absolutely gorgeous illustrations. I adore this one. Love, love, love that one. So especially with like the black cat and just all the flowers, and yeah, absolutely gorgeous. So if I was going to do any of them, I could see myself doing this one because it's so pretty. Really, really gorgeous. But yeah, unfortunately not quite worked in yet as a newer book in my collection. So yeah, that is Four Seasons by Eunyoung Lee. And then I have the Autumn Picnic by Jeong Sung-jin. You were one in my collection. But it's all about cats. It's all about the cats. Yes, I'm pretty sure these are coloured digitally with how flat the colouring is. So in a way that kind of frees me from trying to reproduce this entirely, because if it's done digitally and it's perfectly flat, the only way I could get it perfectly flat like that is alcohol markers, and I'm not doing alcohol markers in here. So it's kind of like, oh, I can kind of just do anything because, yeah, I can't match the original, which is kind of freeing. But I love this one so much because the kitty cats, there's so many kitty cats. So yeah, Cat's Autumn Picnic. And then we get into one of my favourite illustrators, Kanoko Egusa. So yes, I do have a mixture of Japanese and English colouring books by her. So, but they all live together. Sorry, I think my camera's been hit again. Again, nibblings. So we'll start with Garden of Fairy Tale Animals, and we should have 2 pages done in here. Actually, I think it's here because it's the big double. Yes. Oh, running out of room. Yeah, I love this double. It took me quite a while, but I just love every step of it. So this one uses Crayola, Super Tips, and water-based markers, and a lot of it is done with it as watercolor, which is also another way I could do watercolor in that chipbook as well, as I could use my markers. But yeah, especially like all this brickwork and all this in here, like lots of dotting in different colors. And then some of it is directly on the page, like these grass strokes and stuff like that. I just love how bright and vibrant and happy this is. And it's a big garden spread, which is not something I can normally gravitate towards, but yeah, absolutely loved colouring all of this in. So did have a little bit of bleed through on the side, which I don't care too much about that. I don't really like to do patterns. And then with this one, I can just paint around the outside. So yeah, not too worried about the bleed through. And I would rather try the technique, and absolutely love the technique. And love the way the bricks work. And got this page done. We've got this big double page spread done in here. So yeah, that's the only one I have done in here apparently. Admittedly, this is my least favourite of her books, so it's not one that I'm going to gravitate towards as much. I think it's also her first book, which makes sense because as her books get on, her artistic style just gets better and better, and I like her later books, which is quite often what happens with a lot of illustrators. Yeah, Kirby's the same. Like, I love his early work, but I also really love his newer work, so yeah. And I'm not the only one that feels that way sometimes. Still love her older books though, don't get me wrong. This is just me being like absolutely nitpicky. But also Leon's Journey, which is coming up, is one of my favourite books ever. So, you know, I'm very biased. This is Kingdom of Curious Creatures, and I have done 7 in here. Past the beautiful coloured examples. I've always loved this page. And this page, and that page. Oh, I just love Kingdom of Curious Creatures. Be a hard choice between Kingdom and Symphony of Cute Animals. Like, honestly, the two of them. Alright, I have this 2 pages here, so I'll start with this side. This is Polychromos pencils with a little bit of a white gouache paint in the background to create more of that bokeh effect. And I think there's also some Posca to create some really bright white highlights in there too. Just need some water. But yeah, all entirely. I have not got my lights on, and I've just noticed that. Hopefully it hasn't been too ridiculously dark. Yeah. That is that page here. I love how this page turned out. It's funny because I don't like working just in pencils. I usually base first and then come in with my pencils, but something about Kanoko's work, I love to work in just pencil. All I want to do is pull up my polys, sit there with a Kanoko book, and just colour away. And it blows my mind every time because I don't like doing just pencil. I like to base first. It's easier on my hands. It's quicker for the page, but something about her work, I'm like, nope, just pencils. Just pencils. So yeah, bun page, and again, Polychromos pencils. Nothing else on the page. Just Polychromos pencils. which again, if you know me, absolutely insane. But absolutely love, love, love how that is looking. So that's the first 2 pages, that big double page spread. Then we have this double page spread here. So this one I have used some basing mediums. I came in with watercolor and iridescent watercolor and put that all over the page to do the watery background. So it's got beautiful purple shimmery watercolor in there. And then I used the Harmonious color pencil set by Castle Arts to color the whole page. So it's all the Harmonious pencils, which beautiful set to use on a page, like immediately limited color palette, but yeah, beautiful set to use as well. There is a little bit of a silver gel pen and some white Posca pen as well to highlight on the kitties. And then I did use my Stickles glitter gel and just add that over the page as well. So as well as the shimmer, it's also got a bit of glitter, which love, love, love. And yeah, there is a little bit of a super golden marker, but I did just the 3 jellyfish with it and was like, that's enough. I don't want a lot of that teal in there. So yeah, love how that one came together. And then I have the Christmas page. This was a whip that took me ages to figure out how to fix up. So I started colouring the page in polychromos pencils, because again, polychromos pencils. And then it had a pattern on this background here, and it was okay of a pattern. I started colouring it, and then I took a break, and then came back to it 6 months later. So I think I started at a Christmas time and came back to it as midwinter Christmas page. And I messed up the blues that I grabbed for the background, and my shading style looked very different because I'd literally stopped partway through. So I was like, okay, that's fine. You know what? I'm going to paint over this background. And so I pulled out a dark blue gouache, because originally I was thinking it would be a really cool contrast to have that dark background and then the warm fire and stuff. So I pulled out dark blue, which you can kind of see through the tape here. And the gouache, this was the terrible gouache that I got rid of, that I no longer have, but I painted it during one of the hottest Decembers around. It was ridiculous, and the paint was just sticky and tacky, and I'd try to paint and it would be drying as I was brushing this paint on because it was so hot, and I just made such a mess of that background that I just went nope and put the book aside for a long time. And then I found this washi tape later on and was like, you know what, I'm going to come in and use that washi tape as the wallpaper and then finish off the page. So that's what I did. I think it took me a couple of years because I had to keep putting the book away because of all the mistakes. But I love that background now. I think that washi tape really sealed it. If I could go back, I would change the undercolor and I would paint over that first, because of course the tape is slightly sheer and it is actually a pink tape. So because it went on top of blue, we have got this slight purpley blue tone to it, which isn't quite right. But also at this point, I was just glad to get the page done. So that's fine. And then the last one that I have is this big double page spread here, which I absolutely love as well. So yeah, I love animals doing people things, so a lot of Kanoko's work really appeals to me in that sense. And so I actually coloured this one on stream, and it took me 8 hours just to colour the clouds. Like, one stream was just me colouring clouds for 8 hours. That's absolutely mind-boggling that people hung around for it, but they did. So yeah, we coloured lots and lots of clouds. Again, it is polychromos pencils. Now this one does use washi tape for all the clothes. I have to go in, I have Mod Podged that before, but I think I need to go in there and really might need to overlay on the top. I did stick down that side though, I can tell. Yeah, I might need to go in there and add another coat of Mod Podge to this cat's top because that tape is lifting. It is on the crack, so yeah. So washi tape for all the clothes, and then also stickles to do all the centres of the flowers. And there will be a little bit of Mod Podge matte more. There already is a little bit of Mod Podge matte to help with these washi tapes here, but we're going to have some more, so I'm going to go and fix that one up right now. That one's now to the side drying, and we can carry on with my favorite Kanoko Egusa book, and that is Leon's Journey. This is one of my favorite books in my collection. I think this is the most brilliant Kanoko book. It is glorious. I am biased because it involves cats, but I love it. I have done 3 pages in here so far. So I've done these 2 pages. This ended up on my favorites for 2025, and understandably so, because I love it. So this page here is the character introduction page. I've used polychromos pencils, a black fine liner to really deepen up the black fur, Posca paint pens to do the white highlights, especially on this little patch here, and then a little bit of gold metallic gel pen to do the names and stuff. And Leon, we are actually colouring as Shadow, my cat Shadow, the little chaos monster that he is. So he is a fully black cat, but he does have a little bit of white, and even though he's black, he does have like a warm golden tint to him because he sun bleaches himself. He loves the sun. So I really took a lot of inspiration from Shadow, and so we call this Shadow's Journey. Even though it's Leon, it's Shadow's Journey, and we're colouring this as if it is Shadow the whole way through. So I have got a set colour palette for all my characters to keep it consistent. And then I have this page here, and this is one of my favourite pages that I did in 2025, and one of my favourite pages ever. And when I eventually change up my introduction video and replace some of the pictures in it, this will be one of the replacement pictures because I love it. So for the background, I used Inktense and a white Posca paint pen that I drew circles on, and then used my finger to sort of lift up to help create this sort of bokeh background. And then I used polychromos pencils, no basing, polychromos pencils, except for the butterfly, which is Prismacolor, because I wanted that really bright, bold blue to pop on the page. A little bit of Posca paint pen, and also a black fine liner to deepen up Shadow's fur on here, because again, black cat, really black, and so the easiest way to add lots of really dark black to the black cat, build up the tones with the pencils, and then go in with a black fine liner and draw lots and lots of fur, and you get this really dark black cat, but still has a lot of dimension and texture to the fur. So yeah, it's a bit of work, but it works really well. And then I have one more completed page and one whip in here. So that's my whip, and so the completed page must be a bit, there it is there. So I've done this page here. This was a buddy with Jess from Colouring Bumblebee. We did this cart page, so I used distress inks for the background, and I used water that I sort of splattered on to create all those splots, and then I did splatter on a little bit of gold watercolor paint, so it's all a bit shimmery. And then polychromos pencils with a little bit of Prismacolor for like the whites in here, just to lighten up, and like a little bit of white mixed in here, and of course a black fine liner into Shadow, plus a little bit of white Posca for his white belly. So yeah, very autumnal, not my comfy colours, but it just works so well for the page. Also, distress ink did not bleed through, which is lovely. And then my whip in here is this page here, which was a December buddy with Jess. I coloured the dogs, and that was as far as I got. And that's okay. I'll come back to it one day. But yeah, I love Leon's Journey, and I'm looking forward to getting some more pages done in here. These are bird pages that I've always had an idea for, so I do want to get in here and do the bird page. I also really like all these like little pages. Yeah, this one here. I've always had a vision for this one, so I should do this one day. Yeah, that's Leon's Journey by Kanoko Egusa. And then the last Kanoko Egusa is Symphony of Cute Animals, and we should have 5 in here. I think it's my collage page. It is my collage page. Okay. This one is an absolutely wild ride. I really love the two kitties in the boats on this page, and it was surrounded by like some sort of abstract pattern thing here that was split into three triangles. And then on this side there was a coral with the fishies. The coral would have been alright to colour, but I wasn't particularly excited by it. And I really wasn't excited by this background, but I really loved the look of the fishies, the kitties in the boat. So I was like, you know what? Screw it. We're going to paint over it and we're going to have fun. So I pulled out my acrylic paints and my metallic acrylic paints and my inks, and I created sort of a swirly, messy background like by underwater. And then I went through all my scrapbooking and art journaling stuff and pulled out like some dolphins, some jellyfish stickers. I used paint pens to draw on a couple of fishies. I used some iridescent paper that I had and punched holes in it to make a bunch of bubbles. These are a stamp that I had, so I stamped out this mermaid and coloured it in with Pablo coloured pencils. This is from like a magazine that I cut out, and I drew in some seaweed with paint pens. So yeah, I just kind of had fun layering different things in there, stuck it all down with Mod Podge matte, and then went over the top with Mod Podge glitter, so the whole page is also glittery except for the kitty cats. And yeah, it's really fun. I kind of regret not leaving the fishies that were in the coral on this side, because that still would have worked quite well for the spread, but I didn't think of it at the time, and that's okay. So that's it for those two pages. Then we have this big double page spread, which is such a fun spread. This spread was done live, and pretty much every section of it was recorded on live stream. It took me months. In fact, it took me 122 hours, I believe, to do this whole spread. It's primarily polychromos pencils. There's a little bit of Deco Art Enchanted Shimmer for the background, and there's some stickles for like the bats and some Posca pen, but yeah, it's all polychromos pencils. And I spent so long working on this spread. I did a mega stream to just get this page finished, and it was an 18.5 hour long stream, because I was just determined to get this page done. And that included doing all the marble effects on it. So yeah, it was an absolute labor of love, but I love, love, love how it finished. Like, it's so cool. Yeah, definitely a lot of work though. But yeah, really love it. I really love the marble. I need to do more marble. I've been saying for years I would do a tutorial about how I actually did the marble, and then I've just never been able to stomach doing marble again since then. And then the final one, I think, is this one here. I think that's the last one in the book we've done. Yeah. So this one is Distress ink in the background, again splattered with some water and also a bit of gold shimmer spray, just very subtle gold on this one. And this is all Prismacolor that I've used to colour in the kitty and the wool. Yeah. Very, very intense. I haven't done as much in Symphony as I have in Kingdom. I do like Sympathy, but I feel like, I don't know, it's hard to pick a favourite really. They're all glorious. I mean, Leon's obviously my real favourite, but you know, gorgeous, gorgeous books, and love doing some Kanoko Egusa. Then we have Ken Matsuda. This one is a stunning book and fully influenced by Jackie from Spare Room Studio, who really inspired me to get this book so that I could play around in it. So this Ken Matsuda's work does have some examples in here, is absolutely gorgeous. He uses lots of fun watercolor techniques and just really interesting use of color, and I'm really inspired by it. So it's something that I would have difficulty visualizing. So when I work in this book, I've pulled up references. I've only done these 2 pages. I started with this one, then I did this one, and I think you can see the improvement just from 1 to 2. So when I get more done in here, I'm going to be even more like, yes, because it's like such an improvement. But I pulled up the original that Ken Matsuda has done and used that to help me figure out placement and like the technique that he uses. And so the first one, it's nice, it's really cool. I like the effect of the first one, but then when you jump to the second one, you can see just how much I've improved in just doing one of these. So it's really a study of his work, which is absolutely gorgeous. They are done with Crayola Super Tips, broken down as watercolor, just watercolor. Basically, that's it. I think there's a little bit of Posca in the bubbles on here, but that's about it. So yeah, I'm looking forward to getting in here and trialing some more of those and just playing around with watercolor techniques. Then we have another one of the favorite books in my collection. This is Kanoko, Story of Precious Cats. And I adore this book so much that I have an Instagram group that I run for it. I mean, I say run, it really runs itself. I don't have to do a lot. It's a very chill group, which is what I like. But yeah, basically we choose a page for every 2 months. So you got 2 months to work on it. I like to keep it very chill because I don't want to work in this book every month. I don't like working in the same book every month. I'll get bored of the book. So yeah, and I have, like, even though it's one of my favorite books, I have gotten bored at times working in this book, and so I do have pages that I haven't done because I need to step away for one reason or another. So yeah, I get the feeling I may need to not work in this for January, February. I don't know. We'll see how we go in February. I'm not inspired to pull it out right now. But yeah, gorgeous book. I absolutely love it. It, of course, deals with cats. This is the January page, which I do love, but it's January, February. But right now, I'm just not drawn to pull out the book. There's other things I want to be working on. So, and I think that's because I'm putting a lot of pressure on myself to try and get in here to finish off my Halloween page, do my Christmas page, and also catch up on the other page that I haven't done in the group. And then I was like, you know what? You don't have to pressure yourself. It's not even the point of the group. It's not to pressure you. It's just to be like, oh yeah, well, cool. We can all work on this page. And if I don't want to work on it, I don't want to work on it. And that's fine. So I have this big double page spread, which I love. So I did this before filming the group. This was the second page that I did in here. The first page being the character page. And yeah, this is just, oh, it was such a labor of love, but I love it. So this one I've done as a rainbow candy village rather than your traditional Christmas candy village. Now I did hear, and I cannot remember who organized it, and if anyone knows, please let me know down below. But there's a group of people last year. They took a double page spread in Symphony of Cute Animals, and they worked all year on it. So by the time they got to December, they had been working on a double page spread a little bit per month, so that by December they could have a big double page spread completed, which is such a cool idea. And so they're doing it again in 2026, and they're choosing this page. So yeah, I don't know who the organizer is. Please, if you know, shout it down below, because if people want to, it's a great way to get this page done, because again, this is a lot of work. It took me months to do this one, little bits at a time. There's a lot of little details, but when it's done, it's fabulous. So this one is the same technique I use for art, which is Inktense with Polychromos pencils for shading, Poscas for highlights. I have used Mod Podge Sparkle up here for the sky, because why not give it glitter sky in this weird rainbow candy village. But yeah, Inktense with Polys and Prisma Posca for highlights. And then, so yeah, that was the December Christmas page. Did not get to... No, November, December Christmas page. And then this was the Halloween double page spread. So normally if it's a double, I'd want to give 3 months. But I did put this to the group because it's like, how do we feel? Because I know a lot of people want to do this double page spread for Halloween, and we only have 2 months till Halloween. And the group voted to go for the double, even though we're only doing 2 months instead of 3. So yeah, and I was like, cool. And as you can see, I have not finished mine. I have done all the basing, but I have not finished all the coloured pencils on it. So I've still got a bit of work to go, but I will get back to my kitties eventually. Alright, nibbling into her from again. Sorry, I think the camera's been bumped again, so hopefully we're not too bad. Alright. And then the next one is this big double page spread. I love this spread so much. This is Inktense pencils with Polychromos pencils for shading, There is, of course, a little bit of Posca highlights. There's also a bunch of metallic gel pens, including on the water here. And Liquitex gold acrylic ink with so much stickles on here for the treasure. Yeah, this is one of my favorite pages in the book. This is what I love to color, is animals doing people things. It's kitties, and it's kitties pretending to play pirates, and so it's fantasy. It's just, it tickles all the right things in my brain. So yeah, I love, love, love how this one turned out. And you can see I have, like, the kitties remain the same throughout the book in terms of their colorways, because I do have some set colors for each of the kitties. And then we have the treehouse page here. This is a page that I don't think I would have gravitated to, like, not straight away without the group. The group definitely helped me get to this page. Yeah, so again, Inktense, polychromos pencils. There is a bit of Posca, especially for the eye shinies. Yeah, no stickles on this one, but I just like it as is, you know? I think it's really just quite sweet as is. And then we have this page here. So this is the Pastel Kitties page. Love how this one is. So this one I did use still Inktense to base the kitties, but for the clothes and the flowers I actually used my Distress Ink water soluble pencils and trialed them for colouring in this page, because I wanted to keep it very light and pastel, and I think that worked brilliantly for keeping it very light. And then I used super golden markers for a couple of the details, and of course stickles on the butterfly. And yeah, love this page so much. And then the final two pages I've done here is the character introduction page. So this is where I have my palettes established for my kitties and how they'll look throughout the book. We haven't coloured a page in the group yet that features Tom or Daisy, so maybe in March I might try to pick a page that uses some of them. We'll see how we go. So yeah, that is Kanoko, Story of Precious Cats, and the 8 pages plus 2 whips I have in here. Pretty sure that's right. 1, 2, and then two whips. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then the last one I have on this section of the shelf is Tomoko Toshiro. This is Princesses and Fairies colouring book in the Fairy Tales colouring book. And I have done one in each of these. Careful of the camera nibbling. Stop. Seriously, those of you that do this full time with kids, oh my god. Yeah, that's a lot. I guess most of you are filming when they're not home. I would presume that. Anyway, this is the page that I have done. So the line work in here is super fine and detailed line work. It's gorgeous illustrations, but oh, it's also a lot. So I have done this page here. So I think I used water-based markers from memory. Yeah, water-based markers that I then went over the water-based markers with these glittered gel paints for the wings, and for here I used just Mod Podge Sparkle, and then I used paint pens to colour like the little flower details on her dress. Paint pens further up there. And then I started to paint the background. Yeah. So the background, I had this iridescent paint that was like, oh, that'll be cool on the background. And I went to paint with it, and I didn't realise that I had black in my paintbrush, and it started streaking all the way through. I was like, well, that's not what I was after. So I had to finish painting it, because it's like, well, it has to be even, but it was horrendous looking. So then I was like, cool, all right, let's just splatter things on top, and let's just go to town with the splatter. So I did. I went to town with the splatter. I used paint pens to go over details. I found some random stickers, so I just stuck those on, more splatter. Yeah, just kind of went to town with it, and it's cool. I like it. It's very funky, but wasn't what I intended, but also it's fun. So it's Princesses and Fairies colouring book. And then I have the Fairy Tales colouring book, which technically has 2 pages done in it because I've done this big double page spread, which is of the 12 dancing princesses. And this is a very old video series on the channel where I go through layering different washi tapes to make clothes or elements of clothes. So yeah, basically for each of these princesses, I just chose a tape, placed it on, and then coloured around to coordinate with it. So it is Prismacolor pencils with the washi tapes, a bunch of stickles, and metallic gel pens, and deco art paint, metallic paint pens for the like rose gold for the rose bunting. And yeah, still love. Some of my pattern matching isn't great on the washi tapes, but you do the best you can when you're working with, you know, big areas that need lots of washi tape. And yeah, so that's the only page I have done in the Fairy Tales colouring book. And the official last shelf for me to film, may not be the last in video order, but it was the last shelf for me to film, which is exciting, is E2, which is the rest of my Japanese books. It has Eriy, it has Apple, and it has my Tokimeko series. So first we'll start with Apple, because that's quite easy to get through. I have 3 Apple books, Forest Girl 1, 2, and 3. I have not coloured in any of these. I honest to God just love flipping these books. They feel like art books to me. They're absolutely stunning, absolutely gorgeous. And I just haven't brought myself to work in it yet. That being said, I am feeling more confident with my inks and my ink tints and playing around with those. So that might be the route to go with these books, because they are just absolutely stunning. Again, I pull these off the shelf and just stare at them and how beautiful they are, because the illustrations are just gorgeous. But yeah, makes it real easy for a complete collection tour, because I haven't worked in them. 1, 2, 3. Or it might be 1, 2, 3. Yeah, they don't say. That's okay. Right, next in the list, whoops, bumping up the camera. Sorry, the camera's been bumped so much today, so everything's out of place. But is the Tokimeko series, and I finally went through all of these and actually wrote the name in them. Well, I had done it in Rabbit's Fairy Tale Fantasy a while ago because I wanted to differentiate it from the other Rabbit book, but the rest of them I've put over here now. So this is by Katoli, and this is Rabbit's Fairy Tale Fantasy. And I have done 2 in here, which I believe is a double page spread, which is this big double here. And one day I just decided to sit down with my polychromos pencils and go for it on the spread and just try and do as much colour as possible. And of course the little bunnies are blue. Don't know if I'll do blue bunnies the whole way through. I don't plan on just using pencils the whole way through, but yeah, I just sat down and worked pencils on this, and then all I had left to do was a shelf, and I was just like, nope. So I pulled out ink tints and just used that for the shelf. But the rest of the shelf is all done with polychromos pencil and a little bit of metallic gel pens for certain areas, like in the stars, on the spine of the book. I think there's also a little bit of Posca as well. Yeah, absolutely gorgeous. Really cute book. There's a whole like underwater section in here that I just need to get to. But again, that face the one and done mentality of just working all the books, touch all the books. That's not the mentality anymore. Alright, so that's Rabbit's Fairy Tale Fantasy, and then we have Let's Go Travelling with Wild Mouse Yuri, which is by Inatomi Makiko. And I have done 2. I believe this is another big double page spread that I've done in here. This one here. And this one is all done in ink tints. And the walls, I think, originally were plain, but I added in this wood texture because Yuri lives in a treehouse. So I thought the wood texture would be really fun to add in. Again, just lots and lots of colour. There is a little bit of like metallic gel pen or Posca. But yeah, keeping things bright, colourful, happy, appropriate for an artist mouse. And I really wanted to give like eclectic found furniture vibe, so nothing matches in here. Um, it's just whatever the furniture that Yuri finds. Is it Yuri or Yuri? I thought it was Yuri. I thought Yuri. I thought it was Y. I'll have to Google translate that again actually, because I thought it was Yuri, like Yuri. I know. I'll Google translate that later. I did start learning Japanese, but I kind of gave up on it. But I keep meaning to go back and learn it because I love I love pictorial languages, I think is the only way to describe it. Like, once, it's not even pictorial languages, it's just different alphabets, but the way that kanji is made up of different elements that form pictures that mean words, I just think it's fascinating. I love so much better than just an A. you know yeah, I love the script basically, so I think it's really cool. So yeah, I was learning it, and then it's been a while and I can't remember anything about it. We have Cat's Magical General Store by Moko. This one I have done one and have one whip in here. So the one page I have done in here is the character introduction page, which is generally what I tend to do first in these books. This is all Inktense. There's a little bit of gold gel pen for the names. But yeah, all Inktense, and I did record down my colours so that I could keep the colours consistent throughout the book, so that when I do other pages, I can translate those colours across. So I have this whip here. Again, it is just Inktense. This was a buddy, and I just genuinely didn't get to it, so I'll get back to it one day. It is a super cute page. But it just hasn't called me yet to come back to it, so that just sits in there ready to go so that I can colour it in. Yeah, that is Cat's Magical General Store. And then I have Friendly Little Squirrels in the Residence of Antique Town by Mona. And this one I have one completed page, which is this one here. And I went real vintage for the palette, which I actually really like because it is Antique Town. I think it's going to be fun to try and keep an antique style influence palette throughout it. That's my intention anyway. So I also have technically two whips in here because it's a double page spread, although I've only started on one side. But yes, this is a whip. So I have my color list here, and then I have a list here of also the colors of the squirrels that I'm going for. So the mama is a brown squirrel, the papa is a gold brown squirrel, red brown, light brown, like keeping their colors so I knew who was who. And then this piece here is actually what I am hoping to do for this spread. So I did Pinterest a bunch of pictures, and I've got like a little palette down here, and so I've got like lots of references ready to go for when I do get back into here. I've just done a little bit with Inktense pencils so far, and yeah, I love how this is going. It's such a little amount, but I love it. I just haven't been called back to the spread anytime soon, but maybe one day I'll get in here and just do a little bit more. So that is Friendly Little Squirrels in the Residence of Antique Town by Mona. I don't have all the Tomimeko books. There are still quite a few I'm missing. And that's okay. So I have here Townscapes, Animals, Variety Goods, Cakes, Flowers, Cooking, and 5 Bears. This is by Nakayuchi Waka. Again, probably butchering that. And I have this page here. I use the distress pencils for this one, colouring in all the bears. And then I used a Neocolor 2 to fill in the background, and I put a little bit of gold iridescent ink on the page. It's cute. I did struggle for a long time on what colour to do the bears, because as you go through the book, it's not like the bears, like one of them wears a hat, so that one's kind of easy to tell apart, but the rest of them don't. So it's really difficult to figure out which bear is which and which bear like should be, apart from the one that wears the hat. You know, the rest of them are like, it could be anything. So I just decided to keep them all brown and just do basic brown bears, but I do want to keep the rest of the pages really colourful and bright and happy. It is a very cute book, and I do want to get in here and actually do like a proper page because I don't love this introduction, to be honest. And I could also entirely change my mind and do different colored bears and just not keep it consistent throughout. I didn't even track the specific colors that I used in those pencils, so yeah, I don't know. Alright, then we have Midnight Tea Party for Stuffed Animals by Poochie, and I have done 2 in here. I have done the introduction page. Surprise. It tends to be the first page you go for so I can set the colours because it uses the same characters throughout the book, so I'd like to keep it consistent. So yeah, I've got my little boy and the dog, and then the mice. I did decide that I would do the mice rainbow colours, so it's like every year a different fabric was chosen to make the mice, even though it's the same pattern. So my mice are all different colours, which is quite fun. Again, it's not the easiest to tell the mice apart, but also they are absolutely identical, so it doesn't really matter if I use them in different places, so I'm not worried about that. Yeah, so we've got our rainbow coloured mice, and then a little boy here with his dog. All the colours attract. I love this introduction page. I think this is just like exactly what I love. And then we have this one here. So this one uses Inktense, some water-soluble crayons for the background, so I put a little bit of stickles over, and it's cute. And I like my little kitty. He's a bit brown. I should probably have done him a little bit more on the black side, but yeah, I don't think I chose the right colour for the kitty, you know? And the kitty features, but I didn't track the colour again, so I'm going to have to figure that one out. But also, I could just as easily pull out like Chinese ink in the Inktense colorway, make a dark wash and give it a bit of a wash and turn it more into a black and white kitty, and it would totally read as black and white. And then I could just do black and white for the cat, which is something I might do. But I'll just say that when I come in here and work on a page that involves the cat again. So that's Midnight Tea Party for Stuffed Animals. And we have Journey for a Fairy Tale with Little Friends in the Forest. And this is by Sayori Kobayashi. I have done just the one page. This one's at the back, but it's technically a bonus page, but this was the closest to an introduction page for the book, so it felt like the appropriate place to do it. These guys change colours all the time, or change outfits all the time, so I'm not too worried about their outfits. I didn't even track their outfit colours. I just tracked their fur colours because they will change outfits a lot throughout this book. So it was just about making sure I got the basic colours down for each of them since they repeat throughout the book. And once again, it's Inktense. Inktense in this paper just works gloriously. It's so nice. So yeah, that is Journey for a Fairy Tale with Little Friends in the Forest. And then the last one I have here is Polar Bear Adventure Cruise. And once again, I have done 1. Or have I done 2? Did I? No, just the 1. I didn't do an introduction page. That's okay. I think I decided not to because I'm just keeping my polar bear white, so it didn't make sense. It was like the polar bear's white. Yeah, I literally just wrote down a couple of colours that I used to shade. It looks like we called the polar bear peanut butter. Cute. Yeah, so I've done this page here. So this is Inktense. There's a little bit of Mod Podge Sparkle. There's Deco Art Enchanted Shimmer as well on the giant fish here. And yeah, just this little introduction ring, but they're a good one to start off with. Again, Inktense, it works fabulously on this paper. So yeah, that's the only one I have done in Polar Bear Adventure Cruise. And that is all my Tommy Meko books. I am missing the second Mona book, the Reefs Flower book, the new Animal Band book, and then I think there's another one that's getting released this year as well. So I am missing a couple of them, but also like I've only done 1 page in most of them, so like I need to get some more done before I get some more, although I really do want the Animal Band one because that one looks so cute. Anyway, our last illustrator is Eriy. So, start off with The Magical Lands of Loramia. Gorgeous, gorgeous little book. And I have done just the one in here. I actually think this is some of her best work. It's the most like detailed but still very colorable book. I think it's really neat. I really like this one. So if you could start off with an Eriy, I do like this one. And I've done this page here. So I have used, oh goodness, what have I used? I've used a bit in here. I'm pretty sure I used Inktense to base everything. This is all paint pens for the sky, and I also dabbled on some Stickles glitter glue. There's a bunch of paint pens to erase lines, and then Prismacolor to shade. There's some glitter gel pens and Stickles glitter on the flowers. Lots and lots of sparkle. And yeah, I really like this page. It's just so happy and cute. And you know, she's a witch, but she's flying and she's happy, and yeah, love this one. So it's The Magical Lands of Loramia. Then I have Romantic Country 1, 2, and 3. So I started off with Romantic Country 2. I found it available locally at a price that I could justify, and then from there expanded out the collection. I got this one, then I believe I got Loramia next, maybe. Or maybe another one of the Romantic Countries. I slowly worked my way where... No, I got more of the Romantic Countries first. I was trying to get the oldest books first, but I did make an exception for Loramia before I finished getting all the old books. So I think I have all her books except for the tracing ones, which I was in two minds about, but then I do love the fact that the lines are so light and the spaces are so big, and I'm like, that would be fun to paint and play around with effects on, and like there's a lot of really gorgeous pages in there, and now I'm like, kind of want to get the tracing books too, but also I have enough Eriy that I don't need to race out and get more books because there is enough in here. So Romantic Country, I've only done the one page, but I freaking love the page. This is still, again, one of my favorite things that I coloured. It did make it onto my favourites for 2025 as well. So this uses Prismacolor to colour in the page. There is paint pen on like the clouds and lots in the flowers. There's a little bit of gold as well, just to add a few gold details. And yeah, I did lots of things like really bulking out the flowers and adding more details to the flowers and lots of little dots to represent flowers. That was something new for me, and I really love how it looks. So yeah, absolutely love the old tea room, the old Rose tea room. And that's the only page I've done in Romantic Country 1. Then in the Romantic Country 2, we have done 3 pages. So I have this spread here. So with this one, I did base it with Inktense pencils, which I actually activated with alcohol marker, which is my first time ever doing that. It did shadow through ever so slightly. However, I can use some like watercolor or something on the background here to cover that up, so that doesn't worry me. Then I use Prismacolor to colour in the whole thing with a little bit of paint pens for some highlights and a silver gel pen for on Manon's cart. Yeah, so cute. The only thing I really don't like is the ground here. I wish like the ground was blank, and in retrospect I should have turned it into stone or brick or created like a gravel path or something, or I should have done something here. I just coloured it in grass because I was like, oh, okay, there's no clear ground texture, and I'll just make it all grass. But yeah, if I was to do it again, I would like make a path in there. But I think this was my first ever Eriy that I coloured, so I was very hesitant to like change the lines. Now I change the lines. And then we have my big double page spread in here, the big Christmas spread. I adore this spread so much. I think this was a string one. I've done quite a bit of Eriy on string. So for this one, it is based with Inktense and then gone over with Prismacolor pencils. There is a little bit of Deco Art Enchanted Shimmer on the ground here, Mod Podge for the glitter, Liquitex Gold Acrylic ink for the gold, and then of course glossy accents for the windows. So it's got a fun texture as well as being super glossy on those windows. And I really wanted to do this in non-traditional Christmas colours, so pink, purple, blue, and white, with gold touches as well. And I actually took a photo of this and took it to Photoshop and mapped out my colours. Like I basically pulled the 5 colours, 6 because I added in 2 pinks, but yeah, basically pulled the colours, added in like a brown and a grey and stuff like that, and I mapped it all out. And I was struggling for a while, and it was quite, I couldn't figure out what it was, and it was because I needed to bring this white down the bottom. And so originally it was stones down here, and instead I added in the white and turned this into snow. Just adding that little bit of white at the bottom just lightened this right back up, and it was perfect. It was amazing how just turning this into snow changed everything. So yeah, I love how this page turned out so much. So those are the 3 pages I've done in Romantic Country 2. Then I have Romantic Country, the 3rd tale, and I have done 2 pages in here, which is this big double page spread, which was another favourite from 2025. I love this one. So this one, again, is Prismacolor. I seem to like Prismacolor in Eriy books. It seems to work really well. So Prismacolor, and what I did was I actually drew in these archways back here, because originally it was just this building and a couple of flowers hanging down. I filled in these flowers a lot more, and it just felt empty. Like this is meant to be a royal gardens and rich and delightful to visit and just full of life, and it just felt empty to me. So I was looking up some reference images to try and figure out what to capture, and I found this, and I saw those archways, and I was like, that's it. That's what needs to be added to this page. So I drew in and added these arches, and then we added all the flowers to it and coloured it all in. You can see I've still got my complete colour chart here, because I actually did this entire thing, bar the details on this final dress, live on stream, almost like it was a colour along, because I had somebody colouring along live with me. So I talk about my techniques on stream as I figure it out, like I'm figuring it out live. So I'll try to remember to link that playlist down below, because it's the only video in the Eriy Romantic Country free book, I believe, and so it's a good playlist of working on this book. I'll do my best to remember to link that down below. Yeah, love so much. It's Prismacolor, lots of Posca pens or paint pens in different types. There's a bit of like metallic as well for like in the dresses here. That's the Sakura Jelly Rolls put in their details as well. And yeah, very pleased with Romantic Country. And then we have the World series. So I believe I used Google Translate. I have actually written it down, so I shouldn't get it confused anymore. I believe this is World Fairy Tales. I believe this one is World Heritage. I believe this one is World Legend. And I believe this one is World Literature. So hopefully I've got that right. I've got it written down as that, which also means that my totals may not be correct for these books. So we'll see how we go. So we'll start with World Fairy Tales. I think originally I was thinking this was World Literature. So yeah, currently on my list it says this is unworked, but I can tell by the fact we've got this in it, I have worked in it. Yeah, so I have done this double page spread here of Rapunzel. This was a buddy colour with the beautiful Kate, and just adored doing this page. I adore her vision. It's stunning. So for mine, I used Distress inks for the background that I split water onto, and then I also spritzed on shimmer watercolour paint as well. I dabbled on a little bit of Stickles glitter gel in places with my finger. Then I used Prismacolor to colour everything on her dress. A little bit of Stickles in the centre of these flowers. And then various shimmery paint pens and like super golden markers just to fill in all these flowers. Yeah, she's super bright, super vibrant, but I kind of dig her. I had a lot of fun with it. And that's the main thing. And also, the Distress ink did not bleed through at all. This paper is phenomenal. So yeah, that is, what did I say? World Fairy Tale. So that has now been updated to say 2. And then we're saying this one is World Heritage, which I am saying I have done 2 in. I just need to copy that to there because I think the fairy tales one I was calling world literature. So this one I think I did correctly mark. I've just done the 2. Yeah, so I've just done this page here, which I believe is just Inktense. Yeah, Inktense and a little bit of Albert Dürer. Originally I was in a group for this one where we were working in order. So I joined the group because I was like, oh, that seems fun. The next page is this one, and I have ideas for that, but I just, because it's the next one, I just don't want to go to it. So admittedly, I haven't checked in on the group for a while. I get the feeling they're now just doing different pages each month, which is a smart idea because I think page 2 put off a lot of people. But yeah, I haven't made it back to this book yet, but it is very cool. Yeah, I've just set my page up. I did want to keep this one consistent, so I did write down my colors, and I thought it'd be really fun to do a little black haired girl here with like little blue highlights for her hair this time, because I don't really have a set color for who the adventurer is in this book. So this time I was like, I will actually set up a specific color palette. So yeah, on the cover obviously she's got light blonde hair, but I was like, well, let's go dark for this one. So that's World Heritage. So then we have the World Legends. So this one is saying unworked on my list, and I do believe that is correct. I believe this one is entirely unworked. I've pulled it out a few times, but have not worked in it. And then Moment of Truth. If this is world literature, this one should be unworked as well. Yes. Okay, so I did have literature and fairy tales mixed up. So we'll switch that to unworked and take away the information from there. Perfect. Well, it's good to get that sorted. That's the point of this colouring book check-in. Not only does it show all my colouring pages, but it also shows, allows me to correct the list and sort things out. We're done. We're done. My throat is killing me. I am so tired. I have so many books to put away. But it's done. The complete collection tour featuring every single book I own. Every single page I've coloured. All my whips. It's done for 2026. This video is always a mission to film, and it's only getting more and more intense every year, but I love looking back on this, and so I cannot thank you all enough. If you've been here for every single part, for every single minute of it, thank you so much, because genuinely these videos, if a video is 4.5 hours long, it's taken me 12 hours to get that video edited and rendered, and 4.5 hours plus to film. So I appreciate it so much for you taking the time to hang out with me for them. If you have any questions down below, if you want to let me know your favorite page, if you're like, oh, you should do this book, or hey, you're really missing this specific book in your collection, it would really suit you considering what I've seen of your books, please let me know down below. I love hearing from you guys, and I hope you've enjoyed these mammoth mega videos. Oh, I can't believe we're done. Oh, I feel free. I'm going to go and drink a whole bottle of water and then go and put my books back on the shelf. And then start pulling books that I've had ideas for, because, oh my goodness, I've had ideas. But before I do all that, I will also go to my colouring journal and just update my stats, because my colouring book tracker has changed. We have found pages not totaled up correctly. We've got books that were marked as worked when they're actually unworked, or books that were marked as unworked when they're worked. So the totals may have changed, so I'm going to go and check all that out. I will cover all that in completed pages at the end of the month when I do all my stats and stuff then, if you're interested. Sorry to make you wait a month, but I legit have buried my colouring journal and I can't even access it right now. And your girl is tired. I'm tired. I'm so tired, y'all. So yeah, I'm going to go and rest up. all the aroha to you all. Take care, and I will see you all in the next video. Bye.